24 is the same definition of malice and heat of passion that we already have. Let's see if I can find which number it was, or letter. All right, that's Q. Instruction Q is the same as your 24. Do you want to withdraw?
24 withdrawn.
Okay. 25, the difference between murder and manslaughter is malice. I'll just put that to the side till we get our waterfall instructions, okay? 26 is you may infer malice from the use of a deadly weapon, which I think.
We already have that in.
We have
Yes. What number is that? Do you have it just for the record? Or letter?
I'm pulling it up. Local deliberate.
Deadly weapon.
Deadly. R.
R. Okay, so R is the same as your 26. Do you withdraw 26?
Yes, Your Honor, we'll
Okay,
withdraw
withdraw
26.
26. Then we're skipping 27's already been withdrawn, so we get 28. Once the Commonwealth has proved there was an lawful killing, then you may, but are not required to infer that there was malice and that the act was murder in the second degree, unless you want to just put this to the side for the
Yes, please.
charging instructions. Okay, we'll put that to the side, Mr. Carroll. And then we have 29. Again, that seems to be the verdict form, so or actually that's another charging instruction for second degree. Okay, so we'll put that to the side. All right, instruction 30. That's a penalty instruction, so I assume you withdraw that.
Withdraw.
Okay, 30 is withdrawn. And then you have an instruction for felony homicide. I'll put that to the side with our charging instructions for aggravated murder. Instruction 32, to be in the commission of aggravated murder requires the killing result from an act that was an integral part of an aggravated murder, an act in direct furtherance of an aggravated murder, and an act necessitated by the aggravated murder. Any objection to?
Judge, we already put that in without the word aggravated. The model does not use the word aggravated. It just uses.
Okay, which number is yours?
To prove the charge of murder, Commonwealth does not have to prove motive. That's the one we're on, Judge, right? That's our M.
It's your N?
M as in Mary.
M. All right, do you have any objection to withdrawing yours with instruction M, or would you rather have yours on instruction 32?
I'll withdraw mine.
You withdraw yours? Okay.
Yes.
Instruction 33, to prove the charge of aggravated murder, the Commonwealth does not have to prove motive for the killing, the presence or absence of motive. We already have that as Commonwealth's.
Oh, no, sorry, Judge. Motive is M. Which one? I thought that's what we were on.
No.
What did he just
Oh,
withdraw?
yeah, motive is 33. The one he had before that, 32, is to be in the commission of aggravated murder requires that the killing result from an act that was an integral part of the aggravated murder, an act in direct furtherance of it.
And Judge, we don't believe that one is appropriate because we are not proceeding under the aggravated murder in the commission of robbery, rape, et cetera, the enumerated other felonies. So I don't think that one's appropriate.
So that would, they're only under subsection 7 or 8, which doesn't.
Right.
So did you
So I'll withdraw that.
withdraw that? Okay. And then 33 is the same as
33
instruction
is
M. So will you withdraw 33, then it's the same as instruction M? Okay. Then you have instruction 34, which again is the guilt phase. So I'll assume you're withdrawing 34 and 35.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're getting there. And then instruction 36 is another self-defense instruction. If you believe that the defendant was without fault in provoking or bringing on the killing of Joseph Ryan, and if you further believe the defendant reasonably feared under the circumstances that appeared to him, then he or others were in danger of being killed, or that he or others were in danger of great bodily harm, then the killings will be in self-defense. Any objection to that 36?
And that's the one that cites 33-800 as
Yes.
the model? That's fine.
Okay, so we'll have 36. All right, so those are all the agreed upon ones that we have for now. Obviously, I'll take the one out. If he does testify, I'll take the Commonwealth's one out that talks about that he doesn't have to testify. All right, but for just right now, for Melissa and for everybody else, let me just read the jury instructions we have as of now. Instruction A, instruction B, instruction C, instruction D, instruction E, instruction F, instruction G, instruction H, instruction I, instruction L, instruction M, instruction N, instruction O, instruction P, instruction Q, instruction R, instruction S, as in Sam, instruction T, instruction 2, instruction 4, instruction 10, instruction 12, instruction 16, instruction 20, and instruction 36. Okay, so that's what I have so far. We will discuss at a later time the child abuse charging instruction and then the aggravated murder instructions with waterfalls after we have more evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so these are all the ones that are withdrawn. Hold on to those. Let me make a couple stacks here. Anything else at this time?
As to the jury instructions or as to anything
Well,
else?
as to anything at this point, I think we've gone as far as we can with jury instructions at this
Yes.
point.
So, Judge, I do have,
Just get a little closer to the microphone for me.
and I'm more than willing to approach if.
Oh, that's okay, you can do it from there. That's
Okay.
fine.
Your Honor, I have an expert witness who I've noticed and I've been trying to move around.
Okay.
It's the person that, before we added this extra day, I had planned for Monday. He made arrangements for Monday. I tried to get him when we confirmed yesterday to try to get here today, and he's unable to do it because he's flying in from Nashville. Now, that's much like all the other things, that's an issue relating to the weather.
Right.
And so he's an expert that we need just based on what's been
Right.
said.
Can you do remote?
I don't know. I didn't think of that as a possibility, but this is my situation, is every time I'm trying to get in touch with him is usually after we've been here all day.
Right.
And then, so I haven't had the ability to do anything other than back and forth on email. So, I haven't checked with him whether he can do remote. And I can't rest my case until obviously I get my
Right.
expert in. So, I can call him right now and see if I can catch
See,
him.
if you can do remote, we can definitely set him up and it comes up and it's very clear and everything. I assume there's no objection to him being remote.
This is the audio expert?
Yeah, and I mean, it might be easier anyway because he might not be able to get a plane flight.
Well,
next week at
that
all.
was my worry, is we're all
Yeah.
gonna be, I mean,
Right, so-
and I'll tell you, Judge, at the beginning of the week, it didn't look like it's gonna be what it is looking
Right.
like now. And
Well, that's
so,
what, yeah, well, why don't you call him now? And if he can just set up remote, we can definitely get it done this afternoon at some point.
okay, let me see.
Okay, whatever's good for his schedule, we can even break in between witnesses and just get him on his schedule, whatever's available for him.
Okay,
Okay.
when Your Honor adjourns, I'll go out and haul it.
Okay, perfect. I can take a break right now, right? Okay.
Okay,
Alright.
thank you.
All right.
All right. Circuit Court of Fairfax County is now in session. The Honorable Penny Ashton Rice presiding. Please be seated and come to order.
Good morning again. All right, do we have able to talk to your?
I talked to him, Judge.
Okay.
I was waiting to find out some specifications because he asked me those questions, which.
All we need is his email, and then Shannon can send him a link. And we just need to know what time, or if he's gonna be prepared whenever we can send him the link right away.
I told him as soon as I had some sense of timing that I would let him know, and he'd say.
And that's up to you, whenever
Yeah.
you want to do it, but we can send the link to him now.
Okay,
Do you want to give the email to?
I can definitely do that. Judge, is it possible? I told him I would give him a call back to confirm that.
Sure. Do
Can
you
I
want to do
just
it right
step
now?
outside
Yeah, just
and-
step outside.
Okay.
Right now, that's fine. Well, I'd rather get that done to make sure we can get him taken care of.
May I have a picture of Scarlett and give the email?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, we'll go ahead and send your witness the link now.
Yes.
And then whenever you're ready for him, if you could give us a little heads up beforehand so we can get everything set up in the courtroom. We might take a break right before that. Also, Shannon's going to ask IT to be in the courtroom at that time with the help of the witness. I know you have been professed as a technology guy, at least self-professed as a technology guy, but I would feel more comfortable if IT was in the courtroom to assist you with any
Yes.
matters with the remote witness.
I 100% agree, Judge.
Okay, good. All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay, Detective Miller, if you want to come back to the stand. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Your next question for Detective Miller, Mr. Carroll? Yes, sir.
Good morning, Detective Miller.
Good morning, sir.
We finished off yesterday and we had talked about a couple of issues and I wanted to raise those again with you. Now, when you testified yesterday, do you remember the screenshots that were shown to you?
I remember seeing screenshots, yes.
Okay. And the screenshots were relating, I think you'd called them images, correct? I'm talking specifically about the portable case information,
A portable case is not an image.
but you had referred to it as an image because we sent you pictures.
I don't believe I referred to it as an image.
Aaron, may we approach the bench for a
All right.
second? So did you image or acquire all of the devices in this investigation?
Data was acquired from all the devices in this, yes, by
And
me.
did you acquire that data?
Yes, I did the acquisitions for these devices.
And did you acquire the images and all the data that came from these devices in a forensically sound manner consistent with your training and best practices?
Yes,
Did you process the extracted data using forensically approved and verified tools?
yes,
This is the same data you produced to detectives and supervisors during this investigation, correct?
the data provided for discovery would have been the same that I provided to the detectives, yes.
Okay. So, and these were produced from the devices you acquired and they were turned over in discovery as required, correct?
Yes,
There are four open, I'm going to show you four open magnet portable case files with the court's permission on a laptop for you to be able to review. Can you please confirm that these productions are you made for the respective devices? Christine Banfield's laptop, Christine Banfield's cell phone, Juliana Perez Magalhães' cell phone, and Brendan Banfield's personal cell phone. And I'll show you this so you can make that determination. Aaron, may I?
This,
May I approach the witness?
Okay, could you show what you're going to
Yeah.
show to Ms. Ann? Go ahead, sir.
Sir, I'm going to show you.
You're going to have to use a microphone somehow.
Use your microphone. Sir, I'm going to show you some items, magnet portable cases for 4 separate extractions. And you're welcome to look and confirm for yourself. Take your time. There are 4 separate files down here. So if you'd like, you can make sure that you're certain as to what it is you're looking at.
I recognize them.
Okay, and starting with the first one, you tell me what you're on and we'll go either left or right depending on it.
I'm on the furthest one on the left, which is titled Christine Lenovo Reparse.
Okay, and what device would that be for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
That was the Lenovo laptop.
Okay, and that was Christine's known laptop?
That was the device identified that she used, yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to look at this is a portable case, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and this is the portable case that you provided in discovery to the defense or to the Commonwealth, and then they provided it to us?
yes,
Okay, and this is what you provided to anyone else who wanted access to it, such as Detective Bryant and Lieutenant Giacchio.
yes, this was provided for everybody for review.
And was the data that was provided in with regard to the laptop, was that the data that Lieutenant Giacchio was reviewing?
I would imagine, but I can't speak to what he was reviewing at any given moment if I'm not there.
And so when you were talking with him, was it ever discussed as to what it is that he reviewed?
There were many conversations. As far as any particular item out of any one of those conversations, it's hard to pick out, but this would have been one of the things worked off of to discuss the items.
Okay. Let's move on to the next one.
Yes, sir.
I believe in order it would be Christine Banfield's phone. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And same questions. This is a portable case based upon your work extracting from Christine Banfield's phone.
yes,
And did you have enough time to look through that and make sure that that's accurate as to what your work product was?
as best I can in a short period of time. I
Okay.
can't go through every item.
Actually, to tell you the truth, if you need to go through every item in order to be able to say that's what you were working on, we'll have you do that.
I mean, this appears to be the portable case generated by me, which would have been provided.
Okay. And that's the item that, or the data that comes from that, or what you provided to the Commonwealth to provide discovery in our for the defendants.
Yes,
Okay. And was that, if you know, was that discovery provided to Juliana Perez Magalhaes' lawyer?
I don't know personally what was provided in discovery to her attorney.
Is it fair to, well, when did you provide that to the Commonwealth?
I provided everything to the detectives, and then that was subsequently provided to the Commonwealth.
And when was the time frame for that?
For speculation?
Overruled, if you can answer.
I would imagine it would be prior to a discovery order.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a timeline. How long did it take for you, if you can tell from your work product, to arrive at that data compilation?
I mean, I can tell that it was scanned in on February 3rd,
February 3rd of what day?
2023.
2023. Are you certain of that?
So when I'm looking at the case processing details on this page, I can see that that phone was scanned in by me into Magnet on 3/3/2023.
Oh, 3/3. Okay, sorry. March.
I'm
3rd.
sorry.
Okay, that makes sense.
If I misspoke.
Let's go on to, and I'm sorry, let me just finish up those questions on Christine Banfield's phone. Was the data that was recovered from your extraction, was that the data that was also provided to the lead homicide detective at the time, Kyle Bryant?
Yes, everything I had was provided.
Okay. And was that also provided to whoever else was interested in digital forensics, like Lieutenant Giacchio?
I would imagine anybody who needed to review it, it would be accessible.
Okay. And did you know that, or was there any sort of protection as to that data in terms of the investigation?
As in, was the portable case password protected? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking, was the portable case open to every police officer in the police department, or was it open to people specifically with regard to this case, or is it even smaller people that were involved in the case but and only needed to see it? Do you know how it was restricted?
I would imagine whoever needed to look at it would be able to, based on what was provided to detectives.
Okay.
Judge, I am going to object to the speculation if he's imagining he doesn't
All right,
know.
sustain as to speculation.
Now, sir, let's move on to the third portable case that you created. Do you identify that?
It is titled Nanny Phone.
Okay. Would that be a title that you gave to that document in that portable case?
Yes,
Okay, so you remember doing that?
yes.
Okay. And same questions. The data that was extracted from that, was that what you provided to Detective Bryant as part of this homicide case?
Yes,
And was that what you provided to or gave access to? And I'm not going to try to pin you down on who or what, but it sounds like it was available to anybody who wanted to look at it.
yeah, that would be, once I pass it on, I can't speak to who else would have looked at it and when.
Okay, that's fine. And that was also, I think I may have said this, that was included in discovery or to Detective Bryant, who would have given it to the Commonwealth for discovery, correct?
I would imagine so, yes.
Okay. Now, and just to be consistent, this would be what Detective Bryant could have looked at and Lieutenant Giacchio could have looked at.
Judge, objection asked and answered. He indicated he gave it to Kyle Bryant. From that point forward, it's accessible. He doesn't know who else saw
Asked and
it.
answered is all I need. Thank you. I'll sustain the objection.
Fine. If it's asked and answered, that's fine, Judge. Can we move on to the fourth item that you're looking at there?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra.
And who is the owner of that?
Let me look real quick. I believe this is Brendan Banfield's phone.
Okay. And same questions. You extracted data, and this is the source of that data, correct?
This was what was provided to the detectives, yes.
Okay. And describe what a portable case is for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
A portable case is a report that is generated through a forensic tool called Magnet Axiom. It is a way for the information that is in Axiom to be put into a readable format, similar to Axiom, but not quite as robust. But it's in a format that someone would be able to navigate in a more user-friendly method.
And once you do your extractions, is this the format that you would rely upon in answering questions that may come up, things like that?
I think that would depend. If there are certain things that are better able to be seen in Axiom itself versus in a portable case, but again, the data is in here.
Okay. Would you utilize that as a resource if you needed to know something about the data that was in there?
Yes, I would use this to search for information.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move the first file, which would be named 120, Defense Exhibit 120, which would be the portable case for Christine Banfield's Lenovo laptop.
All right, any objection?
Judge, is counsel going to be able to share that with the jury?
You're not publishing it this time, just into evidence, is that correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Any objection?
Can we approach?
Okay. All right, 120 in evidence.
Sir, moving on to Christine Banfield's phone, which would be the second file that we reviewed. Your Honor, we'd move into evidence as exhibit number 121.
All right, any objection?
No, ma'am.
One,
Sir, the third portable case that we've just discussed is named Nanny phone, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would move that into evidence
any objection?
pursuant to
No objection.
as defense exhibit 122.
122 in evidence.
And sir, the last file, which you've identified as Brendan Banfield's phone, Your Honor, we move that in as defense exhibit 123.
Any
No objection.
123 in evidence.
Court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions
All
for
right.
Detective Miller.
Cross-examination?
No, ma'am. Thank
All
you.
right. I hesitate to ask if he's subject to recall.
Potentially subject to recall,
Okay.
Judge.
All right, sir, since you are subject to recall, just do not discuss your testimony with anybody at this time, okay?
Yes,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you, sir. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, I'd recall Harry Lidsky.
Okay, can you retrieve his laptop too? Thank you.
Can we leave that there, Judge?
Oh, you need that? Oh, never
Yeah.
mind. Sorry. All right, he's already been sworn. All right. Sir, just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay?
Of course.
All right, thank you.
Sir, calling your attention to what has been moved into evidence as defense exhibit 120, 121, 122, and 123. Are you familiar with those exhibits?
I am.
And have you had an opportunity to review those exhibits?
I have.
And state to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what did you do in your review as a digital forensic examiner?
Well, as Detective Miller indicated, these portable cases facilitate everybody to visualize the data from the respective devices, ourselves included. We use these, and we're able to look at both user accessible files like what you would see on your phone, and we're also able to see the data behind the data frequently, which can be informative depending on the nature of the investigation.
And do you understand these items to be verified data extractions performed by Detective Miller using appropriate tools and best practices?
I do. I've reviewed his reports and came to the conclusion that he did everything exactly the way he should have and the way he was trained to do it using the tools that are approved by the industry and accepted by the courts.
And do these items, specifically the exhibits, provide us an opportunity to review the raw data extracted from their respective devices in a forensically sound manner?
They do. So the nature of the case, in addition to giving us visibility, bless you, into all of the data on the device, We can't alter anything, and that's what makes it forensically sound. That's what the term, how the term is defined. So anyone using this can't add anything. We can't delete anything. We can't change anything. If there was a virus on the device, it stays sandboxed within the case. It does not spread to our computers. So it's helpful in a lot of ways.
And so is this considered a safe environment in the world of digital forensics?
It is, and that's the nature, the forensic and forensically sound. It prevents, it's not like blood evidence, but it prevents cross-contamination so that what's on here is on here exactly the way it was when the device was either imaged or acquired when Detective Miller did it back contemporaneous to the event back in 2023.
Based upon your review of this data, were you able to draw any opinions related to this case?
I was.
And what were those opinions?
That catfishing did not occur.
And did you produce any demonstratives that you can display to help walk us through your findings?
I have.
Aaron, can you display to counsel and the witness?
There's nothing on the screen at the moment.
I'm connecting. Sorry.
There you go. Well, I have your screensaver. Okay.
Thank you, Aaron. Sir, the items that we're about to show relating to your findings, the digital forensics have been identified in the stipulation documents, correct?
They have.
And did that include Brendan Banfield's phone
Yes, it did.
and Christine Banfield's phone
Yes.
and the laptop?
Christine's laptop, yes.
Juliana Perez Magalhães' phone?
Yes, among other devices, but these are the four central ones I reviewed,
Social media records from Google, FetLife, Facebook, among others?
among others, yes.
Video from surveillance?
Yes.
Judge, objection leading.
All right, so status deleting.
What, if any, items were related to surveillance?
There was some video surveillance. There was electronic and physical surveillance involved in this investigation. That's all that comes to mind with regard to surveillance.
Did you rely on any interviews?
I was made available to the entire investigation. That included videotaped interviews of the co-defendant, Ms. Magalhães, both transcripts of interviews that she conducted with the police, with the Fairfax County Police, interviews of witnesses, as I think Detective Smith testified to yesterday, like neighborhood canvases, notes, things like that. I've reviewed everything in this case.
Okay. I'm going to show you a slide. And Your Honor, we're just trying to determine what our previous number was for it.
But if you show it to me first, and I
Yes.
can let you know. Let's see. All right, I have it as 86.
86. And I believe 86 was
It's not in evidence.
not in evidence. Sir, can you identify?
Is it a different number? I'm
this-
sorry, just hold on.
Judge, sorry, I'm scrolling back to 86. I was under the impression this was likely
Okay,
110.
this is your first slide after the
After the
titles page?
title page,
This is the first one.
Okay.
you have.
first one.
And that's the first one you started with him when he was originally on the stand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes, sir. Is it-
it's changed a little. This is
Okay.
technically
So it
new.
is different.
It is
Okay.
different, yes.
All right.
Well, then,
Okay,
we'll-
so,
Apologies.
okay, so this was not the first one that you had seen.
It's
The second or third?
it's a change of the first. It eliminates the
So this is not
party number.
$85. So if you want to
So
give us a new
let's-
I
number,
think it's new.
124, Judge?
let's get this a new number. Then,
So this, Your Honor, we identify this as Defense Exhibit 124.
okay,
Sir, do you see the slide here?
I do.
And what does it reflect?
This is a Facebook message sent by Christine Banfield.
And what, if anything, did you look at to determine this slide?
Even though it's a Facebook message, this was recovered from her mobile phone. So a lot of the data on our phones can occur in multiple places, right? So our email is on our phone, but it's also on the server of our respective email provider. This is a Facebook message. It likely is or was on the Facebook server, but this particular message came from her phone.
And was the phone one of the things that the portable case that was moved into evidence through Detective Miller?
It was, I believe this was 122.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move Exhibit 124 into evidence.
interjection?
Objection hearsay.
All right, hearsay.
Sir, Your Honor, I believe this is an artifact of the portable case.
You've
Which,
got past the foundation. I agree with you. But now that we're past that hurdle, the next hurdle is hearsay.
and Your Honor, I think this is an artifact, and it's for whatever it is part of the portable
I'll
case.
sustain the objection to hearsay.
Sir, can you look at what would be marked as Exhibit 125?
That's in evidence.
Yes.
So, hold on a second. That's already in evidence. Okay, so
This particular,
I think that is in evidence as 110.
No, I have it as 109 and then yesterday they clarified for the record, they use as 109.
I'm sorry, I can't.
She said
Okay,
this was clarified as 110.
110, that's what I have it as well, 110. 110 in evidence. Yes, so it's already in evidence as 110.
sir, what is this artifact? Or can you explain what this is?
This is a calendar entry, a saved calendar event from Christine Banfield's mobile device or phone.
Okay, and is there anything notable in that artifact?
The date,
Okay, and any other aspects of the calendar entry?
it's what you'd expect, I think, from a calendar entry. It's a date and time. It was on Mrs. Banfield's phone, and the Gmail account associated with it was the one that I believe was hers, attributable to her.
You're right, I believe that was admitted as
It
Exhibit
is, it's already
110.
being displayed to the jury.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else about that particular artifact, Mr. Litsky?
Was an estimate for 10 a.m. for windows. I could talk about why I think that might be informative.
Why would that be informative?
Objection, Judge. Calls for facts not in evidence.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Well, from the information I reviewed in the case and the testimony this week and last, the window replacement was a topic at the window replacement at the Banfield house was a topic discussed. I think this reveals that the window replacement project was, number one, dates back to 2021, far earlier than.
Objection calls for speculation. This particular document just says estimate 10 a.m. windows. We don't know if they had other window replacement projects.
I'll sustain the objection.
So in 2021, Christine Banfield was scheduling a window estimate at 10 a.m.
Okay. Sir, I think this might be 111, Judge?
I don't like this.
112.
Thank you, Sylvie. He owes you something at the end of this. All right, 112. And it's not in evidence.
Sir, do you identify this
No.
slide?
No, Judge, this was previously offered and denied.
It's not in evidence.
Correct.
Right.
So
It was previously offered. See what happens. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Sir, can you identify this?
Yes, these are messages sent by Christine Banfield from her device, excluding any other party.
And what is notable within these messages?
Their discussions about having the windows
Judge,
replaced.
objection. He's testifying to the subject matter. It's hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
What about the date and time?
These are from June 28th, 2022.
Sorry,
You just changed.
I know,
things.
sorry. My big fingers.
There you go.
Sorry, did you see that before my fingers caused it to go?
Yes, these are from mid-2022, late June.
And sir, do you see the item on the screen?
I do.
Okay, and what is this?
More messages from Christine Banfield.
Objection as to the hearsay. He cannot testify to what's in the document.
What's notable about the date and the time on this particular message?
Is this 114?
It should be, Judge.
I just want to make sure for the record. It's okay. This is 114.
114.
These are from December 3rd, 2022.
Sharon, may we just approach
Sure.
for a moment? Your Honor, I'd move to enter defense exhibit number 114.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
And sir, as to the windows, did the information that you received as an expert in forensics, digital forensics, did that inform your opinion?
It did.
Okay, and what is your opinion about the window replacement without getting into the hearsay statements?
That the project originated.
Objection, judge calls for speculation. To refer to it as the project assumes that he is correlating this information with what occurred that's been admitted into evidence.
Rephrase.
I'll rephrase. With regard to the subject of windows, without specifically talking about a project, what does this indicate to you and what conclusions can you reach?
That Christine Banfield contemplated or explored a window replacement in 2021 related to issues of age and condition of her existing windows.
Judge, objection, he's testifying to the content.
He gave his opinion. All right,
Yes.
next question.
I think you just have, what's essentially, you can't go with the writing that's on there. Thank you. Now, sir, I'm going to show you what will be marked
125.
Your Honor, I believe defendants 125.
Okay.
Sir, do you see the picture on the screen there?
There's no picture.
It's text. But yes,
You see that?
I do.
Okay. Does Your Honor see it?
No, you have to go to the next slide, I think is what you're trying to get to. I mean, all we have is writing. Is that what you're talking about? Or
Yes,
You want a
yes.
picture?
It's a picture of writing.
Okay, it's writing. Okay, that's what he said. Okay, 125. Okay. Yes, we can see that.
Okay. And you just see that, correct?
Correct.
And was this something that you reviewed in discovery to inform your opinions relating to the date that it shows on there?
This is something I reviewed from Discovery. I read it after my opinions were formed.
Okay, so let's just make that clear. And I think you had testified before. In what order did you review the items in evidence versus Detective Miller's findings?
I performed all of my work first before looking at Detective Miller's findings.
And so is this something that you looked at after you had arrived at your conclusions?
Yes,
Okay, and is this something that you relied upon in arriving at your conclusion today?
I didn't rely upon it. I have it here because Detective Miller said it in a way that it was both accurate and succinct. I couldn't do much better, so I copied his work.
Okay, and in terms of how would you characterize, so what is this part of this particular statement that's before you?
Objection, if he's going to testify to anything that's contained in the document, regardless of whether or not he copied it, it's hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
What document is this part of, a part of that you're looking at?
This is from Detective Miller's executive summary.
Okay, and did you hear any evidence in the court relating to Detective Miller's executive summary?
I did.
Okay, and who were the witnesses who were speaking of that?
Detective Miller.
Objection, calling for hearsay. The jury had the opportunity to hear the
All
testimony.
right, I'll sustain the objection.
Do you recall who, well, okay. This was, is it fair to say this was mentioned in court?
Yes.
Okay. And sorry,
126?
sorry, Judge, I just, a
Oh,
little premature, I was
All right.
getting it ready. So to avoid hearsay, because this is a written document, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you, how this affected your conclusions as a result of your examinations?
This didn't affect my conclusions other than to corroborate them after I was done, seeing that our findings were aligned.
Okay, and so do you agree with what you see on the screen here that's hearsay that the jury can't see?
I do.
Sir, do you see the next slide on the screen?
I do.
And if you can describe what you see there on the screen.
Judge, I'd object to any description of the content, hearsay.
There are pictures there, Judge.
So if you could just maybe limit it to the pictures.
Okay, let's start with the pictures. Do
Okay.
you recognize those pictures?
I do.
And are those pictures that you were able to identify independently within the data that was provided in discovery for the defense?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and if we can look at the first picture, do you have any idea based on digital forensics where that picture was taken, or actually not where that picture was taken, where that picture came from?
The picture on the left.
Yes.
The picture on the left came from Christine Banfield's phone.
And the picture on the right?
Also.
Okay, and what processes did you utilize in order to reach those conclusions?
Well, as I was reviewing the data from Ms. Banfield's phone, I found them. They were familiar to me because I had seen them from other sources, such as search warrant returns from FetLife. I'd also seen one of them in Facebook returns. That a return is data provided by a service provider in response to a warrant. So I'd seen them both from multiple sources.
And the one on the left that you've identified, is there any way to know the timing of that based upon your analysis?
I believe it was January 17th, around 8 p.m.
And January 17th is significant in this case.
Objection,
what?
counsel's testifying.
Sorry, what's the significance of January 17th in terms of the issues in this case?
Yeah, and the photo, I believe, was actually closer to 7:30 or 7:20. January 17th was the day that the FetLife account, which is, obviously important in this investigation, was created. That is the user profile. Somebody set up an account on FetLife, and one of these pictures came into play.
So let's take this opportunity to talk about the accounts that were set up that were alleged to have been run by Juliana Perez Magalhaes in her recant. What were the accounts that we're talking about?
So there's three accounts. There was the Gmail account, there was the FetLife account, and then the third would be the Telegram account.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what's the significance of those three accounts and how are they linked?
So each account is linked to at least one other account. And that's significant for me as a digital forensic examiner because it's sort of a one or done. And the way the accounts were set up, so the Gmail account was set up first. The Gmail account was used to set up the FetLife account. So you couldn't set up the FetLife account unless you knew about and had access to the Gmail account. To have access to the Gmail account, you'd have to know it existed, and then you'd have to have the password to log into it. So the Gmail account sets up the FetLife account. The FetLife account was used to move conversations over to Telegram. So all three accounts are linked, and anybody that had knowledge of any one of the accounts owns all three of the accounts. You couldn't use one without the other. You couldn't jump into a Telegram conversation without knowing first how it began from FetLife, and you couldn't get into FetLife without.
Judge, I'm going to object to the speculation. Wouldn't be able to. There's no foundation for that.
All right, sustain us, just that part.
Okay. In terms of the objection relating to foundation, what did you rely upon in order to inform those opinions that you're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
The content of the data within the accounts and my knowledge of how accounts work in the FetLife responsive documents from the Fairfax County Police Department search warrant. It says right in there that the user email associated with this is the Gmail account. So the user connected the accounts. The Telegram connectivity is based on the content from the FetLife messages. Please contact me. Do you have Telegram? Please contact me there.
Sir, I'm going to have you look at the next slide. Is this the foundational artifact that supports your testimony to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So this is a picture that Ms. Banfield took of herself on the evening of January 17th.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Is that 115?
This would be 127.
127. Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 127.
Any objection to 127?
No, ma'am.
Okay, 127 in evidence, so you can publish to the jury.
And so if you can just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the artifact, what's the significance of that artifact and what you took from it to arrive at your conclusions.
So it's a picture, obviously, of Ms. Banfield. I'd characterize it as a selfie in the mirror. The file name and date, or the file name, that's what I'd call a typical Samsung or Android file naming convention. So in line with what I'd expect to see for a picture taken by a Samsung mobile device. At the very bottom of the screen, you can see that it is a Samsung phone model SMG991U. The dates and times, the date and time here that's relevant is January 17th, 2023 at 7:20 and 45 seconds p.m. If you look at the file name 4 lines above, that is the typical Android file naming convention, and that's comprised of the date. So we see 2023-0117 underscore, and then 1920, which is 7:20 in 24-hour time.
Now, the software and the make and the model, is that significant? Does that corroborate anything that you've identified?
Yes, the make and the model is corroborative. This phone was in fact a Samsung SMG991U, which informs me that this picture was actually taken in what we call native to the device. So it's a photo both contained on the device, but taken by that device rather than one you'd get in a text message or email as attachment.
Your Honor, I don't believe I previously identified it, but I would put it in as Defense Exhibit 127.
This one, it's already
We-
been, and it's been published for the last.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I'm covering my bases.
Okay.
Sir, I'm going to have you look at this item. Do you see that on the screen?
I do.
And are those digital artifacts that you relied on in arriving at this?
You could call them.
Describe what you have, what you see in that slide.
So this is part of the responsive documents received in this case from Facebook. And so the information, it is digital, it is artifacts, but it's not recovered from a device so much as from provided by Facebook from their servers.
Okay. And did you create this slide?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what's the significance of the notations on the left side? Actually, Your Honor, I would move to enter into evidence. I think Defense Exhibit 127,
128,
128.
128. Any objection to 128?
No, ma'am.
All right, 128 in evidence published, please.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those markings are, both on the left side of the picture and below the picture?
Yeah, so as I said, this is information that was provided by Facebook. This is where Christine shared this photo with Brendan. Just starting at the top left and working down into the right, the author, Christine Banfield, so it was sent by her from her account. It was sent on the service providers, in this case, almost universally provide us with documents in UTC, Coordinated Universal Time versus Work Range Mean Time. So it needs to be adjusted. So this in February or January, I'm sorry, we need to subtract 5 hours. So that's why it's appearing as January 18th instead of January 17th. But January 18th at midnight and 20 seconds, midnight and 20 minutes is actually January 17th at 7 p.m. and 20 minutes here on the East Coast. So she sent it, and the body of the message she sent was new bathing suit included, and the artifact below that is just the attachment, which is this photo, and the name that the associated data that Facebook includes with that.
So let's just have a little discussion about UTC time. You called it Greenwich Mean Time, correct?
Objection, mischaracterization. He said that it is universal and it is a 5-hour difference. I believe it's been asked and answered.
I think he can explain it, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry, was that a stipulation that it's a 5-hour difference?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And so we don't need to explain too much now. Why are some items in UTC time versus present time?
My experience and what I believe to be the reason is, and this is universal with service providers, from my experience, Google, Facebook, phone companies as well. They just provide everything in UTC time. So they provide it in one time zone and you have to do the work. Otherwise, they'd have to send records to Fairfax in East Coast time. They send them Chicago in Central time, LA, and they're providing records to law enforcement and legal counsel all over the world. So they just send it as UTC. That's, I think, why UTC exists, sort of to give us all something we can all start with and work with personally from there.
Thank you, sir. Can you look at this next slide?
Yes.
Is that something that informed your opinion that you've been telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, this is a digital artifact from a laptop.
Okay, and is that the laptop, Christine's laptop, that was introduced into evidence through the portable case with Detective Miller?
It is.
Okay, and can you explain, Your Honor, I've moved that in as Commonwealth's Exhibit 129.
Any objection?
No objection.
129.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is and how that's significant?
Sure. This is a Windows event artifact. It contains the security identifier. So for Windows computers, every user is assigned a security identifier number, and that's the long number we see on the second line down, ending in 1001 on this case. So that just informs us of which user profile was active at the time that the activity took place. So a computer, if you have a shared computer in your household with 4 people, each one will have their own unique security identifier, and that's what you get when you log into your profile, and that's why your things will come up, your information, your email accounts, versus somebody else who might be using a shared computer. It could also be in play with, for work computers that are shared as well.
Oops, sorry.
The time and date are just that, and these have been. This is in East Coast time because of where the computer is located, and down to the bottom, the third line up, just tells us what this event represented, and this is just simply a log on to this device by that particular user with that security identifier of 1001.
Sir, I'm going to have you take a look at this slide. Is this a slide that you created for this presentation?
This is a screenshot of an artifact from the same computer.
And what's the significance? Well, Your Honor, I moved this in as Commonwealth's Exhibit number 130.
Any objection?
No objection.
130?
Sir, if you could go through this, what is the significance of this artifact in terms of a digital forensic analysis?
Similar to the last, this is just another standard Windows event that we often see when a computer is either powered on or logged onto. So the time of this, if you want to compare it to the slide before, is likely within milliseconds. A lot of things happen when we start our computers that go on in the background. The previous slide was the user logging into their account. This is just reflective of the computer probably almost immediately joining the Wi-Fi account for in this case, what I know to be the Banfield home.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, he's referenced the previous slide. I'm going to put it back to the previous slide.
129 is an evidence, so you can go back to 129.
So that's the previous slide. Can you just highlight what it is you were talking about in terms of the timing?
Yeah, so if we look at the created date time.
Judge, the Commonwealth will stipulate that they show the same time.
Okay, stipulation that it shows the same time. Thank you. So is there anything additional that you need to testify to about that slide?
No.
Do you see a slide before you?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, that would be identified as Defense Exhibit 131.
All right. I'm just making sure we didn't see it yesterday. I'm not sure we did. So we'll make it 131.
I don't think we did, Judge.
Okay, 131.
May have.
Sir, do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and if you could just describe, was this something that you utilized in your forensic analysis of this case?
Yeah, I think there are other images that are associated with this that will come up in progressive clicks, but this is using artifacts from the laptop that I examined, or the portable case that I was using to examine artifacts from within the laptop. This is a sort of sequencing of events in chronological order, and that's, I think, as I described before, something we do looking backward in time and following events on a device might help inform who was using the computer, and certainly the time and date and what they might have been doing.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 131.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
131 in evidence.
If you could please publish that to the jury. Sir, can you just explain, they didn't have that on the screen when you were.
Sure, these are the artifacts that I located on Ms. Banfield's laptop, and this just shows that shortly after the computer was logged on and joined the Wi-Fi, that she opened a browser and navigated to or viewed a Google website, and her email
Judge,
inbox.
objection calls for speculation. He doesn't know who it was that looked at anything. He can tell us what the computer did.
All right.
The person whoever was using the computer opened a Google website and Google inbox related to Ms. Banfield.
And sir, what's the significance of the email, the Gmail account that's identified in the second line there versus other Gmail accounts?
So this one became known to me through my review of all of the evidence in the case as Ms. Banfield's sort of go-to email account. This is not the alleged suspect email account that we talked about as being formed on January 9th.
And what was the alleged suspect Gmail account that you referred to?
That was the one that was used to then set up the FetLife account in Telegram. Is the account, the alleged suspect Gmail account was the one that received communication from FetLife, both the FetLife service provider and from users wanting to message through that account.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to show you this next slide. Do you see that?
I do.
Your Honor, I'd move that in as defense exhibit 132.
All right, any objection to 132?
No objection.
All right, and evidence can publish.
And so tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this is.
So again, chronologically, this is, it looks like just under a minute later, whoever was using this computer was now able to see the draft email box within their Gmail account, the Ms. Banfield's Gmail account, also the sent email box or account messages from Ms. Banfield's account.
And where are the sent emails that you're referencing?
It's the now fourth line down. You can see on the title of the slide, also on the left-hand side for the URL, that's just showing that the sent mail box or tab was open at this time.
Okay, and the draft mails are the one, well, you tell me. I'm not going to.
Yes, the draft is right above it. Usually, parenthetically, when there's a number there, for us email users, that reflects the unread messages in the respective accounts.
Your Honor, did I move that into evidence?
That's in evidence.
Okay. Sir, do you see this new slide, which is incorporating the old slide?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what's the significance of that? and then if you identify it, then I'm going to move it into evidence. So just identify that as slide, and Your Honor, I'd identify it as Defense Exhibit 132,
133.
133.
Any objection to 133?
No, ma'am.
Again, just chronologically, this is more activity shifting away from one service provider to another, from Gmail to Facebook in less than a minute.
And the timing is in the second column?
It is. So this would be January 17th at 10:01 and 10 seconds PM.
Sir, I'm going to move on to the next slide. This will be identified as Defense Exhibit 134.
Any objection to 134?
Sorry, Judge, may I just have a second? Judge, I understand that the slides are just successive.
The only new thing is the artifact information.
Right, we're just adding one item at a time.
Is it-
Okay,
No
sure,
objection?
no objection.
134.
Sir, as Ms. Sand said, this is a progression of items, and there's a new portion. Can you describe what that is?
Yes, so this is artifact information related to the login of now the alleged suspect Gmail account. So we can see down at the bottom of the highlighted section, this is CBRN920 at Gmail. That's different from the email that we see at the top of the screen for C. Banfield. So this is significant because now again, we're talking about a login to the account that's central to this investigation. So whoever was using the computer at this time at 10:03 and 4 seconds was clearly aware of the account and had the credentials, because this is a successful login.
Sir, do you see that slide, the new slide?
I do.
Okay, and there's, as said before, there's one additional piece of evidence there. Is this something that you created and something that you relied upon?
It is.
Okay, Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 135.
Any objection?
No,
135.
Sir, if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significance of this in terms of digital forensic analysis.
So the content to me is not as informative necessarily as the sequencing. So we had Facebook at 10:01. If we look just above the Google login we just discussed, or the Gmail login we just discussed, we have the Gmail login at 10:03, and now we're back in Facebook at 10:03 and 35 seconds. The significance of the highlighted portion in the last artifact, or the newer one that we're reviewing, is that we're looking at a media attachment within Facebook. Obviously, for any of us who use it, there's a lot of different things we can look at, but in this particular one, we were looking at a media attachment.
Sir, if you could look at the next slide, which would be identified as Defense Exhibit 136. Please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is this something that you relied on in your digital forensic analysis?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as
Any objection?
Defense Exhibit 136.
136 in evidence.
Go ahead, sir. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this significance of this in the line of messages?
Yeah, so as we might imagine, as we do things on our computers, things happen in rapid fashion. And when we slow down and sort of look at what's happening on the back end and visualize it that way, it seems to make sense. So just before this, at 10:03 and 35 seconds, we are looking at a media attachment, what I believe is a photo on Facebook. And then 5 seconds later, at 10:03 and 40 seconds, we have a download of a photo in the Chrome browser that was being used at the time. And this is a download to the computer.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask you to identify as Defense Exhibit 137. Can you look at that, sir?
Yes, I can.
And is this something that you analyzed and created as a result of your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 137.
Any objection?
Nope.
137 and evidence.
Sir, can you give some context, or can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you obtained this and what the significance of it is?
Sure. So again, each of these is building on the previous artifact, but so at 10:03:40, we had the photo downloaded to the computer at 10:04 and 23 seconds. So under a minute later, that same photo is emailed as an attachment from the alleged suspect Gmail account to the alleged suspect Gmail account. And the email attachment, if we look at the file name on the very bottom that ends in 1973_n.jpg, we can see that that's the same file that was downloaded from Facebook 2 lines above it at 10:03 and 40 seconds.
And sir, this is identified as Defense Exhibit 138. Is this highlighting what you just said?
It is. This is just drawing attention to the fact that we're correlating now the same photo. And this is one of the things we do in digital forensics. We can follow an artifact around as it goes, and that can be informative.
Your Honor, can I move that in as Defense Exhibit 138?
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, 138.
The ladies and gentlemen just see that. Do you want to direct them as to what the change is in this?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is just the annotation I described, just showing that these two artifacts are linked. The download,
Sorry,
it's gone.
I
There it is.
okay.
The download a minute or so before the email.
Okay, thank you. Sir, I'm going to have you look at the next slide, which will be identified as Defense Exhibit 139. What is that?
These are WhatsApp messages from Miss Banfield's cell phone.
Okay, and what, if anything, how did you arrive at, how did you get these digital forensic artifacts?
From the review of the data provided from the portable case related to Miss Banfield's cell phone.
And Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 139.
Any objection?
No.
139?
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of what the significance of this communication, and am I correct, this is all on January 17th?
This is on January 17th, yes.
Okay.
So I think as Detective Miller said rather well, context matters. Context is helpful. So we don't, to help determine user attribution, which is always the big question for us in the digital forensics field. We don't just look at one device. We look at everything we possibly can to inform what a person was, where a person was. If someone's device is being used by someone other than the owner, if they're physically removed from it, we can draw that conclusion. So I was simply looking at Ms. Banfield's phone at the same time frame that I was looking at her laptop, so we can see the date is January 17th, and the timing is right around the same time that we were looking at from the computer a moment ago, right around the early 10 o'clock hour.
Sir, I'm going to move to the next slide and have you take a look at that. Can you identify that slide?
I can.
And just to be careful here, is the left side of the slide what was on the previous slide, 139? Were those the communications that you were talking about on the previous slide?
Yeah,
Do
so,
you want me to go back so you can see it?
no, I have them both.
Okay.
Would you like me to describe this?
If you could describe it.
Yeah, so one of the things that the forensic software allows us to do is both look at the artifact in sort of a raw form that might be useful for us, but it also allows us to visualize a conversation just like we would on our devices. So we'd have, sort of a comment bubble or a chat bubble on the right and the left as we talk with somebody.
Okay.
So it's just a visual representation of the same data.
And so without getting into the conversations, were you able to determine that a conversation took place?
Yes,
Okay. And were you able to determine who the conversation was between?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm not going to present
It's
that.
just ID is 140, that's fine.
140, okay.
Is this a good time for a break, Mr. Carroll?
That'll be fine, Judge.
Okay, all right, let's go ahead and take our 15-minute recess at this point. Please do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Sir, since you are testifying, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody to include the defense team at this time, okay? All right, we'll come back at 11:45, okay?
Yes.
Okay. No. I brought whatever you want. Oh, share with me.
All right, your next question.
Thank you. Mr. Lidsky, I'm going to have you look at the next slide, and if you can just identify it. Can you see that on your screen?
I can.
And is that something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as exhibit number 141.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
141.
Sir, can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the significance of this artifact?
Sure. This ties into the prior slide and artifacts that we reviewed, or the ones from the laptop, 2 slides prior. Again, we're just going chronologically and looking at what the user of this device was engaged in. Of note, and it might be helpful to go back 2 slides to the previous blue one. We're seeing a bouncing between applications and between accounts. That's helpful for me in this case, at least, because part of the information that I was aware of from witness interviews or co-defendant interviews is that when this device, which was the subject of alleged misattribution, removal, and use by another party or parties, that when the laptop was in that possession, it was just, we were just using the account, or it was directed account usage. Here we're seeing a shift back and forth. So we started with Gmail at the beginning of this 2 slides ago. And then we went to Facebook, and then we had a download, and then we saw the suspect alleged account, or alleged suspect email account in use. Then, and now here at 10:05, so this is all within a 5-minute window, we're back into Ms. Banfield's sort of the non-suspect account, so just her personal email account.
Sir, I'm going to have you look at the next slide, which is what you just described to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Your Honor, that would be exhibit number 142.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the significance of the additional line that's down on the bottom of this slide?
Yeah, it's merely just a continuation. The first line of this demonstrative, or sheet of the demonstrative, is at 10:05 at 17 seconds, and that's looking at a particular email. So that's where we see on the second and third lines, respectively, sent mail. That's the sent mail box and the inbox with a lot of unread messages. The first line is an actual specific message.
Sir, I'm going to have you look at the next slide, which will be identified as exhibit 143. Do you recognize that slide?
I do.
Do you recognize the additional line?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, move that in as exhibit 143.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
143.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significance of this artifact?
Sure. So this is a Google search for FetLife, which obviously is important in this case. Of note is the timing, again, looking at what's occurring right before this. So at 10:05, 10:06, 10:07, we have activity within Ms. Banfield's email account. And here at 10:07, basically 10:08, now we have a Google search for FetLife. So we've moved, the user of this device at this time has moved from one to the other.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide.
All right.
Sir, can you identify what will be marked as Exhibit 144?
Yes, I can.
And Your Honor, I move that into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
144.
Sir, can you please explain that additional line and how it relates to the ones that you've already discussed?
Sure. So this is typically after a Google search and relatable. The search results come in and very frequently users will click on a link. So in the line, the third line down, we have a search for FetLife, and then immediately after, within under 30 seconds, we have a visit to the FetLife site.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide,
All right.
and this will be identified as Exhibit 145. Sir, is that an artifact that you utilized in creating this slide?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as Exhibit 145.
Any objection?
No objection.
145.
Sir, please explain the significance of this additional artifact to what you've already described for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
So this is a second login to the alleged suspect email account, the CBRN 920 Gmail account at 10:12 p.m. My experience is you cannot be logged into two Gmail accounts at once on the same device. So looking up to the top row of this slide, we're into Ms. Banfield's sort of personal email account. So at that point, this computer is logged into the C. Banfield RN account, and now we're seeing a relog in back to the CBRN 920 account.
And is there any way to know what device that is?
That was from this laptop, from Ms. Banfield's Lenovo laptop.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide.
All right.
And that will be identified as Exhibit 146. Sir, is this an artifact, or is this a slide that you created based upon your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
And Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 146.
Any objection?
No.
146.
So moving on, sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of the data that's before them?
This is from Ms. Banfield's mobile device. This is a little bit later in the 10 o'clock hour, from 10:43 to 10:46 p.m. And these are just website visits that were performed using her mobile device at the time.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
And this will be identified as Exhibit 147. Sir, do you recognize that artifact?
I do.
And is that something that you reviewed in preparing this slide?
It is.
Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the significance of this? Oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor, I move that in as.
Any objection?
No.
I think she said no.
No, no.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay, sorry. 147 evidence, sorry.
Okay, now it's on display. So if you could please explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yeah, this is simply opening the photo app on the Windows laptop.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide,
All right.
identified as 148.
Any objection to 148?
No,
148 in evidence.
Sir, explain to the ladies and gentlemen, the jury, what your artifacts, what the artifacts are and how they're significant.
So the user of this device at this time, using the Photos app, edited the photo we saw back at the beginning of these slides. So if you remember the photo we saw that was downloaded from Facebook to the device ended in 1973_N. And now we see at 10:47 p.m. a new photo ending in 1973_N edit.jpg has now been used by the Photos app on Christine's laptop.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next exhibit. Sir, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do. It's just a call out for.
Okay, it'll be identified as exhibit 148.
149.
149. I
Any
apologize.
objection to 149?
well, he didn't make the circle himself, but I don't object.
Okay, 149 in evidence.
And I'm sorry, if you could, the jury now sees that. What were you saying about that?
Yeah, that the circle is just a call out to what I described, just taking note of the file name.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. This will be identified as exhibit 150.
Any objection to 150?
Nope.
150.
Sir, can you add?
Yeah, it's just a further call out to the tail end, the 1973_N edit.jpg.
And when you say call out, what your explanation was?
Yeah, just drawing attention to the significant part of the file name.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
Sir, do you see the slide in front of you?
I do.
Okay, and this will be identified as exhibit 151.
151. Any objection to 151?
Judge, if you could lay foundation for how this slide was created.
All right.
Sir, what is it that you examined in order to create this slide? Can you explain?
Sure. I reviewed the responsive documents provided by FetLife to create this. I took screen grabs or snippets of those documents, which are rather voluminous, and I consolidated what, for me, what the salient points were into this slide.
And this is specifically related to this slide, correct? I'm sorry, to the topic of this slide.
Yes, this is the important information from the FetLife documents for this discussion related to this slide, yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I move that in as Thomas or Defense Exhibit 151.
Any objection?
Judge, I do. Unfortunately, it's out of context, and I think best evidence would require the full document be used.
Do you have full document?
Judge, I believe that's part of the stipulations that were put in relating to the FetLife documents.
Correct, and we've admitted the full document into evidence. I think that is the document that should be used.
I don't have it right now, Judge.
All right.
We can move on from
If you can supplement it
151.
with the full document, then we can
Yes.
put it in. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to what will be identified as number 152. Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
Okay, and I think there's been an objection relating to the full document, but what's the additional information that is on this document?
It's the addition of a photograph.
Okay, and what's the origin of that photograph?
Objection, Judge, asked and answered. We've already talked about this photograph. It's been admitted into evidence.
Okay.
Okay. Your Honor, once we get the full
Okay.
document, then I'll
Sure.
ask for it to be admitted. I'm going to go on to the next slide, Judge.
Okay.
Sir, can you identify the artifacts that were used to make up this slide?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and where did they come from, and what's the significance of them for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
These came from Ms. Banfield's cell phone. They are web searches.
If I may just interrupt for a second, Your Honor, we moved this in as defense exhibit number 153.
Any objection to 153?
No objection.
153?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Okay. These are web searches or website visits from Ms. Banfield's cell phone from January 17th from 10:49 through 11:29 p.m. They're informative in that the 10:49 artifact at the top was about a minute after the FetLife account was created. So for timing, it's informative. For the middle column, we can see what the website was, or what was the website that was visited, what the content was. So that can be informative for a digital forensic examiner in helping determine potential attribution based on the content. So is it content related to one person over another? Is it related to, in this case, a catfishing theme? Is it related to, or is it what we might expect from a user's normal activity? It's also, I'm sorry if I could add one.
No, please.
Timing also is informative, obviously. If somebody's device is in use and we can assign attribution, then it shows that they're awake and in possession of their device. And obviously that was, for me, that was something important for this investigation to take note of.
Now, if just to deviate for a moment from that, in digital forensic analysis, what, if anything, do you do to try to determine a pattern of life regarding the use of devices?
Yeah, I can typically just looking at use over time, what's normal for a user. I've done that with, mobile device tracking, cell phone tracking when I was in law enforcement. You can infer patterns from the data, from use over time. On Ms. Banfield's computer, based on one of the statements the co-defendant made during her interviews, and I believe again a testimony, was that she dropped her backpack by the door and didn't touch her laptop after that. I looked backwards for about a year in time of her user activity, and she was frequently using her laptop well into the evening from 10.
Judge, objection is to speculation. He can tell us what the devices were doing.
Now sustain.
If you could just explain what you were explaining as to what the devices were doing at what period of times, in terms of the pattern that you just described.
Sure. Ms. Banfield's device had a history of activity, our devices have a history of activity well into the evening for an extended period of time, both
Was
before.
there a time frame that was consistent during that period of a year that you went back?
It was frequently between 10 or 11 p.m. and 1 or 2 a.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. Sir, do you see that slide?
I do.
Is that a slide that you created?
It is.
And was it based on your analysis of digital forensics?
It is.
Your Honor, I'm going to identify this as 154.
Any objection to 154?
No.
154 in evidence?
Sir, please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of these artifacts are.
So here we have another, the date is still January 17th. The time is from 11:32 through 11:35. These are from Ms. Banfield's mobile device. We have a couple of website visits on the top and the bottom, and in between we have a number of email email inbox visits with a Google, a couple of Googles in between. Of note here towards the right, the second to last column on the right, the digital forensic software we use can tell us whether a device was local or synced, among other sources. So we can see where we see local, it means in this case, the two local artifacts were website visits on this device itself. The intervening artifacts that are labeled as synced tell us that those could have come from a secondary device and are being replicated here as a result of Google's ability to sync accounts. If you're logged into your account on more than one device, what you do on one might appear on the other.
Now, the January 17th, what was the significance of January 17th again?
The FetLife was created around 10:48 p.m.
Okay, and so the timelines of all of these slides that the jury has seen are significant in terms of this.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
What's the significance of it relating to the times?
Well, we've just walked through what was occurring on Ms. Banfield's laptop and her phone in the 45 minutes or so before through the 45 minutes or so after. And recalling the first slides we saw Windows log on to the laptop. So we've seen, so the activity that evening began around 10 o'clock when we first started running through these.
And are you, based upon the analysis that you did during this slideshow presentation, are you able to opine as to, within the degrees of digital forensic analysis, your opinions as to what was going on January 17th?
I am.
Can you provide that opinion?
So again, revisiting the originating slides, we saw a log on with Ms. Banfield's security identifier to her profile, at least on her laptop, around 10 o'clock, joining the Wi-Fi, which our computers do automatically. Immediately, we went into her email account, or the user of the device went into her email account, and then we started seeing other activity. We saw the alleged suspect Gmail account be logged into, and then we were back into Ms. Banfield's Facebook account where we viewed an image, a picture, a digital image. That image was then downloaded. And these are all happening within either seconds or a minute. That downloaded image was brought to the device early in the 10 o'clock hour, I think around 10:05. And then we saw, 30 or 40 minutes later, the Photos app opened up, an image edited, and that image would ultimately be uploaded to the FetLife account during the account creation. All the while on Ms. Banfield's phone, there appears to be certainly user activity. As Detective Miller said, context is hard, and we might need other corroborative data to see who was conducting that, but it's certainly unrelated. I think the website visit about Kristen Chenoweth has nothing to do with the scheme here at hand. So we can infer, and we do, and this is just one event in a timeline of many significant events, but we can draw inferences based on the totality before, after, during, and the content of who might have been operating. What I didn't see was a gap in time where a device that appears to be going in and out of accounts related to the scheme and not related to the scheme was exchange hands, like misappropriated. I didn't see any gaps of time where, if where somebody might be using a device and then like go to the bathroom and the device would be taken, potentially somewhere else in a house, used by somebody else and brought back. I didn't see gaps here for this particular event where that either occurred or even could.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, let's stay next, that's last part.
Okay. Based upon the analysis, in terms of the statements that you're making, what are your conclusions?
I didn't see anything here that indicated loss of control of the device. I'm not able to say who was in control of the device for the entirety of this period, but I did see inconsistencies in that the usage was not confined just to the accounts related to this investigation. In this case, that would be the suspect alleged Gmail account and the FetLife account. So interspersed with that, I saw personal account usage with Ms. Banfield's accounts.
All right, thank you. Mr. Litsky? Sir, do you see the first slide before you?
I do.
Okay. And this, what's the topic that we're dealing with in terms of this particular piece of evidence?
So this is a snippet of a video interview with Ms. Magalhaes. I believe in this particular clip, she's answering a question about the Telegram account creation and the associated activity. I think the deleting of the SMS code that was used to stand up the Telegram account.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as defense 155 and move this into evidence.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain as to hearsay.
Sir, do you see the slide that's before you?
I do.
And what, if anything, what does this say? Or what, I should say, what's the significance of this in your digital forensic analysis?
So this was recovered from Ms. Banfield's cell phone, and it is the Telegram 2FA code. I think the two-factor authentication code that was described in testimony.
Okay. And Your Honor, I would, I've identified it as 155,
156.
156. I'd move that into evidence, Your
Any
Honor.
objection to 156?
No, Judge.
All right, 156 in evidence.
Okay. And sir, what's the significance of this particular artifact with regard to the issue of the Telegram setup?
So the relevance here, I think, is corroborative information. Lieutenant Giacchio spoke about that yesterday, and it's important to discern the veracity of witness or co-defendant statements or testimony. This artifact was recovered from Ms. Banfield's mobile device. From my understanding of the investigative materials provided to me, this had been deleted by Mr. Banfield. It wasn't deleted, it was still there. I understand.
Objection as to the mischaracterization of previous testimony.
If you want to approach this. So.
Talk slow, my computer's restarting. Can you open the document up? I just think that's actually not being in drive. Should.
And sir, this, going back to this artifact, this was related to, I think you said, the Telegram setup and the two-factor authentication?
Correct.
Okay, and what's the significance of that in the context of the Telegram setup?
That is still present on Miss Banfield's phone.
Okay. Is that significant that that would be on her phone?
To me, it is.
Okay, and what, in what way is that significant that the notice of a two-factor authentication?
The notice itself, not much. Its continued existence is of note because I find it inconsistent with the theory of the case.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to, sure. And I'm sorry, 157.
157.
And sir, do you, can you identify these artifacts? And are these, is this a slide that you created?
I can, and it is.
And it's based upon your digital forensic analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, 157.
Sir, can you please explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So these are, I believe, the 4 most recent text messages from Ms. Banfield's device over this time period. So from, late evening or night of February 18th, 2023 at around 10 p.m. through the morning of the 19th at around 10 a.m. So at 9:58 p.m. on the 18th, we have just a message exchange with who I assume is a coworker based on the contact name. But at at 2:19, so after midnight at 1:37, and again at 2:07, we have two 2FA codes, one of which is the Telegram code we just looked at on the prior slide. But the one before that is a signal verification 2FA code. A signal was not used in as part of this alleged scheme, but to me it's informative that other secure messaging apps were experimented. At least it appears the user of this device experimented with others. The message on the morning of the 19th, again with another coworker, is there only to show sort of bookend activity. The idea that, because the 2FA messages from the early morning of the 19th were not deleted, they would be readily viewable by the user of the account the following morning. And so when normal sort of messaging activity resumed, the idea that, to me as a digital forensic examiner, the 2FA codes, were not hidden or unseen by the user of this device.
And so
Objection calls for speculation. He can't testify as to what someone saw or not.
All right, I'll sustain as to the last part there.
in terms of, you said 2FA, in the event that somebody doesn't know what that is, describe what two-factor authentication is.
Yeah, two-factor authentication, 2FA, is a number of service providers just require device possession. It's a way for them to confirm that you're holding and using and have authority in theory to use the device that you're registering. So it prevents us from signing each other up for a bunch of accounts. So that's why in this case, Signal and Telegram require you to be in possession of the phone that you're asking them to permit your use on their servers.
And in a situation or in a case like this with the allegations, would a two-factor authentication code's existence,
Objection leading.
Or sustain as to leading.
what if any significance would that hold in a case such as this?
For me, based on my experience, both as an investigator and a digital forensic examiner, any misattribution scheme, to include catfishing, the name, misattribution is important. You want to hide your tracks. The idea is that the target of your efforts is unaware that they are being targeted, and you're exerting effort, on that plan. So if you leave evidence behind, if you leave something that.
Judge, objection. This is speculative. He's speaking about what people do in catfishing. I don't think he's speaking to what happened in this case, and I don't believe that.
Overruled.
So the idea is to hide the hand, right? If somebody sees that their device or devices were tampered with, or there's usage that's not their own, they may become suspicious. They might question it. It could certainly raise a red flag. So traditionally, in my experience, one would remove all traces of their activity if, in fact, it is misattribution.
Here, I'm going to move on to the next slide.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I would identify this as Defense Exhibit 158.
All right. Any objection to 158?
No,
158 in evidence.
Sir, do you see that slide?
I do.
And can you explain the significance of this analysis and this slide to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
These are unrelated, but I felt informative activity from Ms. Banfield's phone, again, from the day before and the day after. These are other user verification codes or 2FA codes for Microsoft and PayPal, things not related to the scheme. but they tell me that the user of this device was familiar with the codes, knew what they stood for, and was unlikely to ignore a message that
Objection
contained.
calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the last part, speculation.
Okay, sir, can you just explain that in a way that doesn't cause you to speculate?
I mean, for me, being aware of or familiar with how a certain item works would cause me not to ignore it. If I
Objection, Judge. He's testifying as to his personal experience.
I'll sustain the objection.
In terms of two-factor authentication, how does that reveal itself on phones and devices?
It's readily identifiable by its face. I mean, we can look at the message and see what they are. Any users or people who engage in 2FA activity typically can identify them when they pop up.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide. Your Honor, this would be identified as Defense Exhibit 159.
Any objection to 159?
No.
159 evidence.
What does this say, Mr. Litsky? And if you could explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
At 1:34 a.m. or approximately 1:34 a.m. on February 19th, an application was installed on Ms. Banfield's mobile device. We can see the name of it, thoughtcrime.secure SMS. That's the corporate name or the fancy name for Signal, which is a secure SMS messaging platform.
Can I just interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
What is SMS?
It's communication, it's messaging. It's just a digital communication platform.
Okay, sorry.
No. So Signal was installed on Ms. Banfield's device at approximately 1:34 that same evening. Informative, although even though it didn't play into this case and this investigation, it is, I'd say, a comparable app to
Judge,
Telegram.
I'm going to object to that statement. I don't believe that the witness has laid any foundation to suggest that Signal wasn't part of this investigation.
I guess foundation is the question.
Okay. In your examination of the evidence that has been provided to the defense, does that inform your statement that you just made in terms of Signal?
Yes, my understanding of the evidence I've reviewed is that the suspect Gmail account was in use, FetLife, and Telegram was the secure messaging application that was used. Other similar applications like Signal, I did not see, nor was I made aware of any use by those on those platforms.
Okay. Can you please continue with your answer?
Sure. Signal was installed on this device, irrespective of what its intended use was for. We saw the Signal 2FA code on the slide before, and that's expected of what we'd see with an installation. That's usually when they require us to confirm the device that we're registering. Just given that it was a secure SMS that was installed or at least reviewed around the same time that the Telegram app was also being installed, I thought it might be related, and I flagged it of interest for that purpose.
And is it noteworthy in your investigation the email account that was used?
So the email account that's on here is obviously Ms. Banfield's. That would be the account associated with the device itself in the Google Play Store, which is required to download apps. So yeah, that is the account that was associated with the phone, and this resulting download or installation.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to look at the slide before you, and that will be identified as 160, 160.
I see it.
Objection to 160. Okay.
Sir, what, if anything, did you look at in order to create this slide in terms of your digital forensics analysis?
This is a data location or a location of Ms. Muggle-Heise's device, her phone, her mobile phone, on February 20th and at 10:46 p.m.
I'm sorry, did you say the co-defendant's name?
Yes.
Okay. And what was used to create this document?
This is data recovered from her phone itself.
Okay. And the map portion of it?
The digital forensic software we use, when it encounters a location artifact, it gives us a little map.
And what's the name of that? What's the name of that software?
This is Magnet's. This is a Magnet Axiom
Okay.
software.
So it's the same as what Detective Miller used in extracting these devices and creating the portable case?
It is.
And so this would be identical to what you received from the portable case?
Yes, this is an artifact from within it.
Your Honor, I move that in as Commonwealth's Exhibit 160.
All right, 160 evidence.
So we're into it. Well, you tell me, what's the significance of this, and is it related to what you just showed the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
This, I mean, this was a data point, a geographical data point recorded by Ms. Muggle-Heise's phone on the evening of February 20th, basically at 10:46 p.m.
And February 20th is significant for what reason?
I believe February 20th, there was significant Telegram conversation, maybe FetLife conversation as well, and was the night of the voice verification phone call between with Joe Ryan.
Your Honor, I move that in as, oh, I think I may have already done that. Yes, thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. Sir, can you identify this slide and the significance relating to what you've just testified to?
This is part of a production from I'm sorry, this is a login to Ms. Banfield's her true name Gmail account from the Banfield residence, also on February 20th, 2023 at 10:58 p.m.
Okay, and Is there a timing issue that you're highlighting here?
Well, on the prior slide, I think it was 10:46 p.m. Miss Magalhaes, or at least her phone, was at Lifetime Fitness in Reston, Virginia. Here, 12 minutes later, we have somebody logging into Miss Banfield's account from the house.
I'm sorry, I identify this as Exhibit 161, and I'd move that into evidence.
The objection,
No, ma'am.
167 in evidence, 161, I'm sorry, in evidence.
Your Honor, I'm going to move back to the back slide so that
Okay,
there's
you go
context
back.
to what.
160 is in evidence.
Sir, was this the slide you were talking about, and this is the timing that you were talking about?
This is the beginning of a sequence of events and timing, yes.
Okay. And this is 161, the current slide.
Correct.
And it wasn't up for the jury when you were explaining it. Can you go over that again quickly?
Sure, this is just a representation of a login to Miss Banfield's personal email account from the house from the Banfield residence at 10:58 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, which will be designated or identified as 162. Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And what was it that you analyzed to arrive at the information that's on this slide?
This is a geolocation artifact from Miss Magalhaes' mobile device.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 162.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
162 in evidence.
Can you explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significant aspects of this and why you created this slide?
So on the previous slide where we saw a login to Miss Banfield's email account from the residence, essentially at the same time at 10:58 p.m., it appears Miss Magalhaes was on her way back from the gym, or she was at least mobile. She's no longer at Lifetime Fitness in Reston. She's now just on the surface streets in and around Reston.
Okay, and do you have any sense of the distance to the house?
I think it's about a 15 or 17-minute drive, point to point from Lifetime Fitness in Reston to the Banfield residence in Herndon.
Anything else about this slide?
Nope, it's just her location at the time.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
And is this a slide that you created relating to your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
And Your Honor, I move this in as Commonwealth or Defense Exhibit 163.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
163.
Sir, can you explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of this slide is relating to February 20th, 2023?
Sure. This is data from two records. The top, sort of larger font, which is not done for any purpose. It's not large for any other purpose or any significant purpose. This was Brendan's. I guess it's a swipe, but here his entry to the Lifetime Fitness in Reston on this evening. So they had him, swiping in or arriving at 9:18 and 33 seconds. The lower three lines are from, I believe, a T-Mobile record showing Mr. Banfield's position as T-Mobile recorded it, and it's not precise. However, it does reflect the nearest tower, or the tower that was handling the data to Mr. Banfield's phone at the time of the record. So we see that he swiped into the gym at 9:18 p.m. T-Mobile, again, a service provider record, is going to be in UTC, so we have to do some math. But the third line of the T-Mobile section at 3:59 a.m., that would show, that would actually correspond to February 20th, 2023 at 10:59 PM, and he was still on the same tower. So the reason 3 towers were shown with a Roger Bacon Drive address is to show the consistency. So again, Mr. Banfield logged into the gym in Reston at 9:18. You see at 9:39, with the conversion of the first line of the T-Mobile records, that their tower at Roger Bacon Drive in Reston, which is close in proximity to Lifetime Fitness, handled his data at the time. We see on the next line at, which would now be 10:18 PM, he was receiving data from T-Mobile on that same tower. And then the third line, which is 10:59 PM, he's still receiving data from that same tower. So it's just one set of data points corroborating the other, confirming the other.
And so what would you conclude based upon that slide?
That at 10:59 PM, Mr. Banfield was still in or at or
Objection
around.
calls for speculation.
Would be his device.
Yes, based upon, okay. I think we have to speak in terms of the devices. What can you conclude based on this regarding his device or devices?
That Mr. Banfield's Lifetime Gym swipe card was arrested at 9:18, and that Mr. Banfield's mobile device was in vicinity of Lifetime Fitness through at least 10:59 PM all on the evening of the 20th of February.
Here, I'm going to move to the next slide. And that will be 164.
Correct.
Sir, can you identify this?
I can.
And was this something that you created?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you use to create this?
Google Maps.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 164.
The objection.
No objection.
164.
Sir, what, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this created slide says? And what's the significance of it?
This is just a visual representation of what I was just describing. So the red dot on the left side of the screen is just the location of T-Mobile's tower at on I think Roger Bacon Drive. And we can see where it's fairly close to the Lifetime Fitness gym in Reston.
And is there any indication of where the device is at this time?
Well, on the prior slide, we saw where Mr. Banfield's device was on the evening of the 20th between, the 9 and 11 o'clock PM hours.
Okay.
This is just showing the tower that the data, what T-Mobile tells us.
Okay. And you created this to be a complement to what you had done in the previous slide?
Yes, just to visualize it. It's just to visualize it.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide, which will be identified as Exhibit 165. Now, sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And is this something you created?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 165.
The objection.
No, thank you.
165.
Sir, if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what's the significance as it relates to February 20th, 2023?
This is another geolocation point from Ms. Mugglehise's mobile device.
And what does it tell us?
So this is an artifact from 11:06 and 50 seconds PM, so 11:07 PM. And this is what, so Ms. Muggleheise had an Apple iPhone, and one of the things that iPhones do is they create significant location visits for us. So places we go frequently, like home, work, gym, Apple categorizes them as significant locations of visits. Doesn't mean anything for us as users, but on the back end, as a digital forensic examiner, artifacts like this can be informative. So in this case, it tells me this is when she probably walked through the door, and you know, her iPhone says I'm home, basically.
Here, I'm going to switch to the next slide,
All right.
which will be designated as Exhibit 166. Sir, what is this artifact?
This is a login to a website, a commercial website.
And what's the commercial website?
It's anova.org. It's an ananova.org website.
And what's the significance of having this artifact?
So this was from Ms. Banfield's computer, and I'm aware from the details of the investigation that she worked at Anova.
And is the time significant relating to this investigation into Telegram?
It's related to the investigation. I'm not sure
Oh, I'm sorry.
specifically the Telegram.
What's the significance of this?
Well, again, this is, there was significance of this date. There are events relative to this date. So what I'm trying to do is determine attribution by looking at all the devices and everybody's location to the extent I can figure it out. So this is just another artifact as we're walking through this evening. This is also at 11:07 p.m., closer to 11:08 p.m. Maybe, you know, within a minute of Miss Magalahai's, or at least her device, arriving home.
Now, in terms of, you used the term attribution. I think Detective Miller used that term as well. Is that a term of art in the digital forensics world?
It seems to be a goal we're frequently chasing.
Okay. So how would you describe it in kind of plain terms for me and the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Sure. As Detective Miller said, it's tough for us without a video or being there to put any one of us behind the keyboard, so to speak. Who's holding the device? Who's actually manipulating the data? And as he also pointed out, other informative data points can be helpful in providing context and providing corroborative information. Just by way of an example, you know, in this particular case, we have 3 people. If, or in any case where if we have 3 people, unsure who's using a device, if 2 people can be confirmed out of the house and when activity on a device occurs within the house, by relative easy deduction, we can then use those external data points of confirmation of the 2 people out of the house to confirm or conclude that the person in the house was responsible for the data. There's you know, not much, it doesn't get much easier than that. That's an oversimplification, but that's a goal.
How crucial is the time stamp of these artifacts with regard to your investigation into these types of investigations?
It can be quite crucial. You know, the amount of time, for example, in this investigation, you know, there are allegations or claims of, you know, device removal as part of the scheme to facilitate the scheme. So, you know, is the timing based on the artifacts facilitate that? Is there enough time for a device to be removed from somebody who's active on one and then be used for any purpose by somebody else without them knowing it, right? I mean, it's one thing if, you know, we take a shower, you know, if it's a 10 or 15 minute gap, that might lend enough time for a device to be removed, used, and put back.
Judge,
before-
objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll just-
Okay. Okay, I think we've probably gone where we need to go on that. So I'm going to move on to the next slide. Your Honor, identify it as Defense Exhibit 167. Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what's the significance of that artifact in relation to your investigation?
This is a login from the Banfield residence on the same evening of February 20th to the alleged suspect account, the CBRN 920 account that was used to facilitate ultimately the FetLife and then onto the Telegram and the eventual meeting.
Your Honor, I'd identify this and ask for it to be moved into evidence number 167.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
67?
And once the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and see that, can you please go over what the significance of this is?
Sure. As I said, this is a login reported by Google to the CBRN 920 Gmail account. So that is the email account that was being used to facilitate or to set up FetLife, and then ultimately to the communication, which led to the events of the 24th of February in 2023. This was on the evening of February 20th, and the time was 11:08 and 13 seconds, so 11:08 p.m.
And I'm sorry, did you mention the account that was created or that was used?
Yeah, yes, Judge asked an answer.
I just didn't hear, Judge, I'm sorry.
All right.
If it was, that's fine.
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Exhibit 168. Oh, sorry. Is there anything additional that relating to your digital forensic analysis on 167 that you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
There is, I mean, the timing to me was significant on this particular artifact, but we'd have to point it out and go back to the slide prior,
Okay.
if
Your Honor,
that's possible.
If I may, I'm going to go back to this slide prior.
I know.
Your Honor, can we publish that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Judge, I don't believe it's been admitted.
Excuse me?
I don't believe it's been admitted.
I thought this was the one prior.
160.
It is.
No, that's
He
166.
didn't.
Oh,
Oh,
You
sorry,
went
sorry.
Wrong way, I think.
My big fingers.
no, you had it. No, going backwards, sorry. This one. No, forward
Sorry.
one.
Yeah, you go forward one.
I'm pressing too hard.
All right, stop.
Okay, sorry. You were saying to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
They know.
Is this one in?
166 is not in there.
Oh, Your Honor, move it in as
166, no objection.
Okay, there we go. Now we can look at it.
okay. Now we have context in terms of what you're saying. I apologize. Please explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significance of this, and then hopefully I'll move forward to the other one so you can talk about that as well.
Right. So this was, again, from Ms. Banfield's laptop, the Lenovo laptop. And this is an Innova.org website, a VPN. So that's a remote access to the Innova website where she worked. And this was on the evening of the 20th at 11:07. And this ties into what we were talking about earlier, the sequencing and the window. So the time of this particular access was 11:07 and 49 seconds. I know I've been rounding up and down and saying 11:07, 11:08, but this one's important to go granular. So we have this one at 11:07 and 49 seconds, and now if you could, sorry, jump to the next one. So this activity, which is a login to the suspect email account, was 23 seconds later, 24.
And this is it identified as 167?
It's in evidence.
Yes.
167.
I just wanted to say for the record.
Okay.
Yeah, so 24 seconds later, so that's the window we're talking about here. For me as an investigator with the facts consistent with this case, we've gone from a activity on the laptop that is unique to one person. In this case, to my understanding.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain.
Can you explain it in a different way?
We've gone from unrelated activity on the related activity on the laptop, unrelated to the scheme. 24 seconds later, to something central to the scheme. So we've gone from an Innova website to the suspect Gmail account in a 24-second window.
And just so we're clear, the Innova website was, what device was that on?
Ms. Banfield's laptop.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. This will be Defense Exhibit 168.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sir, what is this artifact?
This is a login or usage of the Telegram app on Ms. Banfield's laptop computer.
Okay. And is there anything significant about the start time and end time, I guess?
The start time is of most significance here at this stage of our chronology. It's at 11:09 and 12 seconds p.m.
Your Honor, I move that in.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
168.
I apologize. Mr. Litsky, can you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to give them context?
Sure. This is the Telegram app in use on Ms. Banfield's laptop at on 2/20/23 at 11:09 and 12 seconds p.m. So now 59 seconds after the suspect Gmail account was in use, also from a Windows device at the residence.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. Your Honor, may I just consult with counsel?
Right.
Are you asking if we even have any? Well, we're just telling them we haven't had so far. But did we put the whole thing in? We put the whole thing in, so.
Your Honor, I move this exhibit in as Exhibit 169.
Any objection?
Just confirming with counsel that this is extracted from our previously
Your
admitted
previous
exhibit of all of the
Okay.
messages. No
All right, so
objection.
169 evidence.
Thank you. Sir, what is this?
These are the Telegram messages between the account purported to be used by Ms. Banfield and Mr. Ryan.
And does that coincide with what we previously saw?
Yeah, these are just a subsection of the messages exchanged on these two accounts. This relates to the time period that we're reviewing currently. So this is February 20th, 23, beginning the first blue bubble on the left is at 11:17 p.m. and then 11:18 p.m. for the green, and then later at 11:18 p.m. for the next blue.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next
All
slide.
right.
I believe that'll be identified as Exhibit 170.
Okay.
Sir, do you see that on your screen?
I do.
excuse me, what's the significance of this item?
These are FetLife messages from the night of February 20th, 2023.
And Your Honor, I move these in as Defense Exhibit 170.
Any objection?
Again, same judge, I believe we've got the entire document in already.
All right, 170.
Now, sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is as a digital forensic examiner you're looking at in the context of your investigation of February 20th?
Sure. Well, again, on this particular date, we have some key events on this particular, at this particular time. We've got key device usage or potential attribution and location information for the three people central to the investigation at this point in time. That's Ms. Banfield, Ms. Magalhaes, and Mr. Banfield. This is a subset of the FetLife records that we've been talking about. This is particularly for this evening at this point in time, and these are only the outgoing messages from the account purported to be used by Ms. Banfield. So these, if the messages don't make sense, it's because you're not seeing the entire conversation here. We're just looking at the outbound responses from the account in question relative to this discussion.
And the name at the top there, what's the significance of that?
So one of the messages this evening was about starting, and this is in the larger, for what I analyzed in the larger FetLife communication. We saw where Telegram was installed in the prior deck, I think on the 19th. Now we're seeing where we start to transition from FetLife to Telegram by the person using this account.
Mr. Carroll, is this a good time to take a break?
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. Again, sir, since you're still testifying, do not discuss the case with anybody to include the defense team. I'll come back at 2:05 then.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Don't like drugs.
I don't want. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am. Are you feeling bad?
No, I just.
Oh, you don't remember quite that.
All right, your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the picture that's on the screen, may I just ask you what you have as that number?
I have that as 170,
Okay, that's what I have as well.
Okay.
Just want to make sure.
and it's already in evidence.
Yes.
Okay.
Can it be published too?
I didn't know if you wanted to take it back to presentation mode.
Oh, sorry. I do want that. Thank you.
It's still.
You gotta click it. You gotta click it. It's not in presentation mode yet. You're on it. You just have to click it. You're there. Just.
Judge, may I use Mr. Wodlicki's expertise?
Okay, sure. All right. So now we're back to 170. Okay, it's published.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Thank you. Sir, looking at the slide that's on the screen there, I think we've spoken about it, but just since we had a break, can you just explain what this slide and what the significance is relating to your digital forensic analysis?
These are 3 FetLife messages that were sent outbound from the account purporting to be Christine's. And they occurred still on February 20th in the evening. So in the window we've been discussing between 10 and midnight or 11 and midnight.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
170 is already in evidence. I mean, so
170 in evidence?
the 170 is in evidence.
Yes.
Okay. So what'd you ask?
Oh, 171.
171, okay.
Identify as 171.
All right.
I just said I was going to move to the
Okay.
next slide.
Got you. Thank you.
Sir, can you identify this slide?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and what is it?
These are additional Telegram exchanges, sort of an extension of what we looked at earlier with the green and blue chat bubbles.
Okay, and this is a portion of what has already been moved in the Commonwealth's case?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, and what's the significance of these messages and what specifically in those messages?
Well, so from a significance perspective, obviously it's communication between, the two primary involved people or accounts. This evening is significant as we discussed because this is when Telegram really ramped up, and this is the evening of the phone call. There were the Telegram call between two parties. And this is an extension of the activity that we were visualizing when we started this. So it's, again, we're for me, significance is looking for, continuity or a break.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
172.
172. And what is this artifact and what's the significance of this in terms of your digital forensic analysis?
So this is an artifact from Christine's cell phone, her mobile device. It's again on the evening of the 20th, and it's just a continuation. This is now 11:52 p.m. I'd have to see the last slide to see where we left off in the chronology. But again, I'm always looking at multiple devices. I'm trying to get as much data about what all of the involved parties are doing on what devices, all at the same time.
Your Honor, may I move to admit this to evidence in number 172?
Judge, I am going to object. I'm not sure that we have enough foundation to support the conclusion that this came from the cell phone.
All right, if you could lay foundation.
Okay. Mr. Litsky, this artifact, when you collected this artifact, what device did you get it from?
The portable case of Christine's from her cell phone.
And what, if anything, did you do in order to isolate this particular artifact?
I just did a screen grab of the artifact as it displays on my end.
Your Honor, move this in as one.
I mean, Judge, again, I would ask how he knows that this is from, what on this document tells this witness that this is from the phone?
Okay. I'll ask him that question.
What on this document tells you that it's on the phone?
I remember it. I remember doing it. Nothing here provides device attribution, but I know it from my review and analysis.
All right. Okay. All right. 172 in evidence.
And so, and you just mentioned something about looking back at the timeline because we just had that break. Is that necessary for you to be able to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this is?
Well, sure. I mean, the content, as we can see here, I think would agree is, at least I assume, I take this to be unrelated to the scheme, but it is activity on a device that is occurring contemporaneous to activity related to the investigation, related to this case. So for me, this is important. If I can assign device attribution for this particular time, then I can draw inferences from that somebody is awake, that somebody is, in this particular case, researching office ideas. That might give rise to pursuit of another investigative channel. to see if there's other corroborating or refuting information elsewhere.
Is the slide that you were comparing to is the one immediately before?
Well, these, I believe, are chronological. So the one immediately before would be either just before it or even contemporaneous.
Okay, and is that something you want to reference?
We can look at the time. I see this one's 11:52. I didn't take note of the last message.
Your Honor,
The
may I
previous.
move back to 171?
Yeah, you can move back.
Does that give you any indication?
It does, yes.
And this has previously been entered into evidence, Your Honor?
No.
Your Honor, move this into evidence as number 171.
Any objection?
Yes, no, Judge, this was from our
It's from your.
previously admitted. so
Okay,
no
one
objection.
seventy-one in evidence.
I neglected to move that in, so the jury didn't hear about that. So perhaps you could explain what you were just explaining with actually a slide in front of them.
Sure. I think I mentioned before lunch, there was a lot of activity this evening. There was Telegram. I thought FetLife as well, and now that's been confirmed. So this is a continuation of Telegram chats that were ongoing in this relevant period of time. So the beginning at 11:21 p.m. on the 20th with the first message and ending, at least for this screen, for this point in the conversation at 11:47 p.m. on the 20th in the lower left.
And these are in UTC time, correct?
These are in UTC time. That's just the way they were extracted from the device, which is default. So that's normal.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And would that require, as you said, math?
Yeah, so we're doing a bit of math. So so even though the date reflects 2/21 at 4:45 in the morning, it's actually 2:20 at 11:45 p.m.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
173, Your Honor, identify it. Sir, have you taken a look at this slide?
I have.
And do you recognize it?
I do.
And what did you retrieve this information from?
Also from Ms. Banfield's mobile device or cell phone.
And is there any significance with regard to the times on these messages?
This is just before and straddling midnight, again on the 20th, and of course, immediately into the 21st.
And Your Honor, I'd move this in as Defense Exhibit 173.
No objection.
All right, 173 in evidence.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of this is in relation to your previous slides that you created.
It's a conversation between the Banfields. It's Facebook messaging initiated by Mrs. Banfield.
Judge, I'm going to object. Calls for speculation. Again, we don't know who's behind the device.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. In the context of the devices, what can you?
Between accounts purporting to be from Mrs. Banfield and Mr. Banfield, it's a brief exchange about domestic logistics.
Okay. I'm sorry, and Your Honor, we've already moved that in, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
And this would be identified as Defense Exhibit 174. Sir, do you see that exhibit?
I do.
And what, if anything, does that exhibit tell you about the investigation into the digital forensics that you've done in this case on this particular day?
This is an artifact from Mr. Banfield's laptop, for a Lenovo laptop. It indicates that Telegram was started and in use between midnight and 12:42 a.m. On the morning of the 21st.
Okay, and Telegram, the three accounts that we're talking about, what are they?
There's the suspect Gmail account, the CVRN 920. There's the FetLife account, and there's the Telegram account.
Okay, and how do they link back up now that the Telegram account is involved?
Well, again, it's how they were used, that they sort of, one led to the other, which led to the other. So the way Telegram links up is it was sort of referred, like, let's move this conversation on FetLife over to Telegram. So it's an extension of what was going on in FetLife. It doesn't really stand alone, to my, from what I investigated. And FetLife, of course, ties back to the Gmail account. So they're all just linked in that manner.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 174.
Any objection?
No objection.
174?
Mr. Litsky, the jury's going to see that now. Is there any additional explanation that you need to point out for them now that the exhibit's in front of them?
No, you might see the activity type, app use focus. That's just Windows' way of reporting which app is brought to the front when you're using a computer. So you can have multiple programs open or multiple windows open, and Windows records which one is where.
And so the duration that you're talking about, is that known based upon this artifact?
It is. So this was a 42-minute use episode of Telegram.
Your Honor, I'm going to go to the next slide, which would be Exhibit 175.
Okay.
And sir, have you seen this exhibit?
I have.
And in fact, is this data that you've compiled?
It is.
And Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 175.
Judge, I am going to object. This lacks foundation. It appears all of the column headers have been removed, so I don't know what information has been filtered.
Sustain as a foundation.
Sir, in compiling this exhibit, what is it that you did and where did you get it from?
This is from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device, and this is her Google Chrome, which is a web browser, Google's web browser, web activity. So site visitation, website visits between 12:09 a.m. and 12:27 a.m. on the early morning of the 21st of February.
Okay, and so Ms. Sands mentioned that she doesn't know what the columns are. Can you provide guidance as to what those columns are as to this document?
Sure, from left to right. It's the website visited, date, time, sort of the title of the website. Web pages actually have a title of what they are. I think visit count, how it was reached, whether it was typed or clicked on a link is what I mean by that. Whether it was native to the device or synced, and just talking about which what data point this came from at the end.
Your Honor, I move that in as Commonwealth Defense Exhibit 176.
175.
Oh, 175.
Judge, I do still have a foundation objection with regard to the date and time. I believe we're missing columns that typically appear in this view in the native software.
Date and time, foundation.
Is there any modification of date and time to this column different than what you received?
No, this is in local time. It's down to the second. That's all I can say.
I'd renew my motion.
And I'm sorry if I can clarify, it's not a modification of the data within the column, it's that there are missing columns for additional in-out activity, the additional columns of date and time of the cessation of the interaction.
Is it start time?
Yeah.
This just represents when the website was first visited, if that helps clarify.
No objection, Judge.
All right, 175 in evidence.
And sir, if you could, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, explain what this is.
This is from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device. This is website visitation from, as reported by Chrome, within the device. That occurred between 12:09 a.m. and 12:27 a.m. on the morning of February 21st, 2023. It's what I would call benign as to substance. I didn't see anything in here related to the case per se. It's more for awareness of, there was some human using this device at that time, and these were the websites that they were browsing to.
Here, I'm going to move to the next slide. That would be Exhibit 176. Sir, can you see that
I can.
slide?
Yes.
And what, if anything, is it showing, and what's it from?
So this is from Mrs. Banfield's Windows laptop, her Lenovo laptop. And this is also a website visitation record. It's from 12:24 a.m. on the 21st. This correlates to one that was on her phone as well, identically with substance and time. And for me, that's informative.
And does this align with your pattern analysis as to her devices?
In terms of
In terms of time,
usage, well,
usage.
yes, this device has been in use for the entirety of this event so far since we began.
I'm
This
sorry, I didn't ask the question properly. I think you testified before that you did a time analysis as to when she would use this device throughout the year.
And again, I'll withdraw.
That's what I was aiming for.
Yes,
You can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
with the historical pattern of life analysis that I performed on all of the devices, not just Ms. Banfield's, this would be one of those informative artifacts. It's in the window of time that I observed sustained over an extended period of months.
Here, I'm going to move to the next slide, which would be 177.
All right.
Sir, can you look at the slide that's before you and tell me if you recognize it?
I do.
And where did you get this message from?
This is part of the Telegram production from Discovery in this investigation.
Okay, and is this a portion of the exhibit that the Commonwealth has already moved in?
It is. I should restate just for confusion. Telegram doesn't produce any records. This was obtained by Detective Miller as part of his device analysis.
Your Honor, I'd move this in as Defense Exhibit 177.
Any objection?
No objection.
177.
So if you can, once the ladies and gentlemen of the jury see it, what's the significance of this message chain in the context of the date that we're talking about?
So this is a continuation of the exchanges we saw earlier. The message on the top left, and if you recall the details of the conversations we saw earlier, there was discussion about being nervous in anticipation of a call, the voice call. So the first two messages are, just leading up to the call, and the third on the lower left reflects the call itself. It was an incoming call because this is from the perspective of Mr. Ryan's device, which was the origination of this material. So it was incoming from his perspective. And you can see the duration there is just shy of 42 minutes. And all of these are UTC as stated.
So we need to do some math.
5 hours. One of them's easy.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, which would be Defense Exhibit 178. Sir, what's the significance of this relating to your digital forensics analysis?
So this is Telegram app usage, again, for Mrs. Banfield's laptop computer.
And Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 178.
Any objection?
No objection.
178.
Sir, can you point out the significant portions of this that made it your slide today?
Well, obviously Telegram is one of the 3 accounts that were instrumental in this investigation. Any usage of Telegram on Mrs. Banfield's device or any of the devices is significant. This one happens to kick off again just after the phone call or the Telegram voice call. So we saw that kicking off almost at midnight on the nose, lasting for 42 minutes, just short 42 minutes. This one activates or kicks off, the usage of Telegram again kicks off at 12:42 a.m. on the 21st, and it only lasts for under 3 minutes or under 3 minutes. It's a very brief usage of Telegram.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
And I believe that's Defense Exhibit 179. Sir, do you recognize that slide?
I do.
And what is the slide? What does this represent?
This is a continuation of the Telegram exchange.
Your Honor, I'd move this in as Defense Exhibit 179.
Any objection?
No objection.
179.
And what are the significant portions of this message relating to your forensic analysis of this day?
For me, the most significant aspect of this is the time and what it corroborates. So a moment ago, and this has been true about what we've seen with Telegram usage on the laptop corresponding with a conversation from another device. So on the slide previous, we saw Telegram.
Judge, I would object to the categorization of another device. There's been no foundation laid to suggest that this is coming from a separate device than the one that had the message indicating that Telegram had been interacted with.
I will sustain the objection.
Sir, what are the devices that you've analyzed as part
Judge
of
asked and answered. We know how many devices there are.
Sustain the objection.
I'm sorry, I thought that the foundation was for devices.
He was talking about another device, so that's the question.
Okay. In your digital forensic analysis, what were the devices that you relied upon in order to?
Same objection.
Sustain.
What device is it that you're talking about?
The other device I referenced was from Mr. Ryan's cell phone, which I believe to be the source of these extracted messages that performed by Detective Miller.
And, Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay, sure.
Sir, based on the device that you just spoke about, is that part of this digital forensic analysis relating to this slide?
This, yes, my understanding is this data was contained in that device.
Okay. Now, we've gone through a series of slides. Your Honor, move this in as,
It's already in there.
is it in evidence? Okay, sorry. In terms of the Telegram discussion and the timeframes leading up to it, based upon your digital forensic analysis, did you reach any sort of conclusion as to what was the communications during this evening?
I reached a few potential conclusions, yes.
Okay. And was it based upon your analysis of the digital forensics that you've analyzed to create this evidence?
Yes, it wasn't exclusive to Telegram, however.
Okay. Can you opine about what your conclusions are?
I can, is it possible to go back to the fourth slide?
Absolutely.
It might help for contextually.
I'm going to just go back, sir, and just tell me where to stop.
Judge, can we identify an exhibit number, please?
I don't know which one it is yet until the rolling slides stop.
Is that the slide?
If you could go back one or two more, please.
Back, same direction?
Yeah.
The other way.
Towards the start. Okay.
Is this the slide you're talking about?
Yes, this
Okay.
one and the one immediately after this.
What exhibit number is this?
Your Honor, I believe this would be 162.
No, Judge, this is 160.
160.
I'm sorry, say it again.
160.
160.
Sir, you're referencing a defense exhibit number 160.
Yes.
And what's the significance of that toward your conclusions?
So for this and the next 3 or 4 slides, the respective devices, I can't speak to the people holding them, but for a time at the beginning of this event window, the main devices of the 3 involved parties were in 3 different places. Is one of the inferences I draw from the data that I analyzed. That is important if you advance, maybe one slide, please.
$161.
Yes, thank you. So that's important because at this particular time here with this slide at 10:58 and 24 seconds, Ms. Banfield's computer is logging in to her email, an email account associated with Mrs. Banfield. So at this time, neither Mr. Banfield's nor Ms. Magalhaes' devices are present in the house. So the conclusion I draw from that is that there was only one related party to this investigation at home at the time. So the laptop
Judge,
is.
objection, calls for speculation.
We'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Is there another, do you wish for me to show the other slides?
You can move forward one. two, sorry.
2,
Yeah, if you can go one.
that would be
Sorry,
164, I
Well,
believe, Judge.
one more, my apologies.
One more back.
No, keep going forward.
Okay. 165?
No, one more.
Is that one? I'm sorry, Trish.
That's 160.
Okay, so 165.
I'm sorry. I'll let you know when we're there. There. If you go back to the blue screen, please.
Yes,
So-
sir.
166. That's 166.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that what you?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
166, thank you.
Sorry for the journey. So again, bless you, this tells me that we have, what I see is Ms. Banfield's laptop is in use with a remote access to a website associated with her work. The activity on this device began while other devices weren't in the house.
Judge, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation.
Sustained, we need to stick to devices.
Okay.
I thought I said devices.
You said other people in the house.
I thought I said other devices in the house. My apologies.
Well, let's just say what you meant to say, and then we'll.
So this is a current time when other relevant devices are not in the house. And the
And Judge, I'm going to object as to foundation. This slide indicates that the website is a Chrome last tab. The witness is assuming that it's being interacted with, but that is inaccurate from the information on the screen. I do not believe he's laid any foundation to suggest that there is an actual interaction with this website occurring at 11:07.
Foundation.
Okay. Sir, what was the basis for, this is already in evidence, correct, Karen?
It is.
Yes.
What is your basis for your assertion that this was a login and access?
It's a fair point. I can't tell what happened past this. I cannot tell if a user went forward with accessing the site beyond just visiting, just getting to the page.
Okay. And I'm sorry, so continue your.
Yeah, so the last inference that I drew from this evening is, again, this particular device, the laptop, activity began on it at a time when other relevant devices were not present in the house. That activity continued on through.
Judge, I'm going to object to his mischaracterization of the evidence. His previous testimony was that the phone belonging to Juliana Perez Magalhaes connected to the home network at 11:06, which would be 1 minute before this interaction. So other devices were in them.
Sustain the objection, if you want to clarify.
What time did the phone, Juliana Perez Magalhaes' phone connect?
If you want to back up one slide, I think we'll see that at just shy of 11:07. If you want to back up just one more, please.
It's 165, and now we're looking at 164.
Sorry.
Too far.
Back one more. There.
Sorry, is that right?
Yes.
Okay,
What exhibit number is that? for the
that would
record?
be exhibit number 160,
161.
161.
160.
So the activity, not particular to that website visit, but the activity, the laptop was in use prior to the arrival of other relevant devices. So a human was using this laptop while other humans' devices were not, while other devices were not present. So I see the session, the use session, as an extension. So from where it begins to where it ends, what I'm looking for in this particular investigation.
And Judge, I'm going to object to the testimony. I don't believe that it calls for speculation. I don't believe that he can identify when the use ends.
All right, I'll sustain as a speculation. Next question.
How can you determine when a session ends?
Well, for the period of activity that I analyzed, perhaps it's when I ended it or I stopped noting it versus when it actually ended, but we just look at, cessation of user-driven activity.
And is that what you relied upon in arriving at your opinion?
It is, I don't believe I marked in this demonstrative when that, I can't say for certain the last activity that I put into this demonstrative corresponds with the actual last user activity.
And so in this demonstrative, it says 10:58:24.
Well, this is on the front end of the session. And I guess just to get to the point, if I can, the activity begins, we have device separation, activity beginning, activity continuing, without what I would consider a break.
And objection calls for foundation.
Sustain as the foundation.
What do you look at when you're determining whether there's a break in communication on the device?
A period of inactivity, and that's, that's subjective, as I said earlier, right? 10 or 15 minutes could be significant enough for what we're talking about. But if you scroll forward, and I apologize, I'm just gonna have to stop you when you get there. There.
Okay.
What exhibit number is that?
Your Honor, I believe this is 169, 168.
I have 168. Okay,
168.
okay.
Yes, sir. This is the slide that you wanted to go to?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the significance of this slide?
So we can see the start and end times here. This instance of Telegram began at 11:09 p.m. and ran right through up until midnight, which is the time where the voice call occurred and a different session was engaged. So this I see as a period of sustained activity.
Again, objection, foundation, Judge. You can't say who was interacting. The message was received.
Sustain.
Thank you.
How can you arrive at that conclusion? What did you review and what do you base your opinion on?
Well, we saw from the Telegram conversation snippets that they occurred within this window. So that is the activity I was referring to.
And those are the items that were introduced into evidence?
They were.
The green and blue slides that have been introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Do you need to reference those?
I don't. If we want to confirm they were within this window of activity, that's fine, but I believe they were.
Okay, let's move to 169. Is that one of the conversations?
It is.
Move to 170. Is that one of the conversations?
Yes.
And can you see the timing there? Does that fit within what you've been testifying to?
It does. These are all between 11:09 and midnight after the math.
You're identifying 177. Is that one of the conversations?
This, there it is. This is as well one of the conversations. The top left conversation is at 11:52 and 56 seconds, 11:53 p.m. So it's in that window of 11:09 to midnight that I referenced. The second two are in different instances of Telegram's activation on the laptop. And I think they're either right before or right after this slide. I think before. Right, so
You're referencing 179. Is this one of the conversations?
it is.
And Your Honor, has this been moved into
Yes,
evidence?
179 is the evidence.
And sir, would you like me to show the other conversations?
Well, just that for the corroboration effect, we can see the blue conversation bubble occurred at essentially midnight, 12:44 a.m. on the 21st. If you go back one slide, you'll see the associated Telegram activity when the Telegram app was open on the laptop.
Okay, and that's what you've just described on this particular exhibit is in UTC time.
Correct. So it's just corroboration. We have Telegram activity on the laptop, and we have a Telegram conversation occurring contemporaneous to each of the instances of activation of Telegram use.
And I can go back to the other slide that you were referencing.
If you think it would be helpful, I'm fine.
Sir, what were your conclusions based upon your digital forensic analysis of February 20th, 2023?
I didn't see anything here to suggest device takeover. I didn't see anything here to suggest misattribution.
Thank you, sir. Sir, do you see the first slide there?
I do.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 180. Sir, can you identify this slide?
This is a screenshot or a snippet of responsive material provided by Google related to the suspect alleged email account.
Sir, have we gone through this?
I believe these may have been shown to Detective Miller as well.
Okay. Now, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 180.
I believe it's already in evidence. Under Detective
I know we've seen it. I can't recall if he held off on admitting it though. And we absolutely spoke about it with Detective Miller.
I'm just going back to see if
I'm not certain that it was admitted, Judge, but I definitely recognize it.
I think it was 116 is what I have for it. Does that look familiar to anybody?
Judge, I have 116 as the screenshot of CVR and 921, 923 emails with subject lines. So yes, I think this has been
This is
admitted
116.
as
It
116.
is already in evidence. Yeah, it's 116, so it's already in evidence.
Okay. Mr. Litsky, this has been identified as Defense Exhibit 116.
It's in evidence.
Can we,
It is.
okay. What, if anything, is this that we're seeing here?
This is account activity in the alleged suspect Gmail account. It represents 3 emails sent from the account to the account. And there were a number of photos as attachments to those emails. This activity was performed about 20 or 30 minutes after the account itself was created.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. I think that's 117.
Take a look at it. Yes, that's 117.
And sir, what is this slide intended to show? And was this part of your analysis of the digital forensics?
It was part of my analysis. This is a chronological listing of all of the account logins to the alleged suspect Gmail account, beginning with the top, which was the initial login. We also have some device attribution here as well that Google captures.
And what can one conclude from looking at this?
Well, the first activity, as we've discussed already, was January 9th at 11:10 p.m. Is when this Gmail account was created. It was done so on a Android model, or I'm sorry, a Samsung model G991U device running Android 13 operating system.
And are you able to identify the device that's SMG991U?
I am aware of that device, yes.
And whose device is that?
There were 2 of those devices encountered only, or I think analyzed. One of which was a government device that did not contain data, and the other was Mrs. Banfield's device.
Judge, I'm going to object to the statement based on foundation stating that the IRS phone did not contain data. I think is a misstatement.
All right, sustained as a foundation.
Okay, what makes you say that the IRS phone did not contain the data?
I should have qualified with relevant data. Government phones, and this was true of mine at Department of Justice, are highly they're highly restricted.
Judge, I'm going to object as to testimony about his phone, this phone,
All right.
Mr. Banfield's IRS phone is the one we're talking
This phone had a number of restrictions in place. It was limited to the number of apps that could be installed and what was installed.
And how did you conclude that this was Christine Banfield's phone based upon that?
The conclusion is that this was a Samsung model phone consistent with both Mrs. Banfield's and Mr. Banfield's IRS phone.
And is there, in terms of the contents of the IRS phone, actually strike that question. Is there anything else that differentiated the two phones for purposes of your analysis?
Their usability is highly different. They're both phones, but again, the government phone, the IRS phone in this case, was restricted to certain apps and permitted usage.
And how do you know that?
From records provided by the IRS.
And in those records, did they give you any detail as to how it was restricted?
I remember seeing a list of both permitted apps and installed apps.
And was that as to this phone or just IRS?
That only applied to the IRS phone, not to Mrs. Banfield's phone.
Okay. You're going to move to the next slide. That would be 118.
I think it is 118, yes, 118, okay.
Sir.
Sorry, it's already in evidence.
Yes. Have you had an opportunity to see this before?
I have.
And you were here when Detective Miller testified relating to this?
I was.
Okay, so what is this, what is the significance of this relating to your analysis?
This is just a continuation of the login activity from the prior slide. I believe this is the complete universe of logins from January 9th to the last one on February 23rd. Aside from the first one, which was from a mobile device, the rest of these are from a computer, a Windows computer. And all of them on the previous slide and this were from the Banfield's home IP address.
You're going to move to the next slide, which would be 119.
119, which is in evidence under seal.
Sir, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this is?
So this is I believe it's a
And
partial.
if you'd like, I can enlarge it and then move it around.
No, it's fine as it is. This is a partial visualization of the message activity that occurred within the account. Aside from or it's inclusive of the 3 messages we saw on the first slide. This is close to 290 messages that were received by the suspect alleged account or the alleged suspect account. And these are varying in dates and times. I believe these were all recovered from the deleted box of the Gmail account.
And these are items that you recovered.
These were provided by Google in response to the Fairfax County Police Department search warrant.
And in terms of the deletion box, would you consider that account maintenance?
I would consider that maintaining the account. cleaning it.
And to arrive in this form, what would one have to do from the inbox?
Log in and select messages for deleted. I don't recall if these were read or unread, but it would require, generally it requires logging in, selecting messages and deleting them.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to, so that was a portion of what we showed to Detective Miller.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to jump to
Whatever.
the other numbers.
Whatever, 180 now?
We're at 180.
Right.
And I'm just going to move 2 slides. 3 slides. This would be identified as Defense Exhibit 180. Sir, what is that?
These are 2 login events from a Windows computer to the alleged suspect Gmail account on February 17th, about 4 minutes apart. The first at 11:19 p.m., 11:20 p.m., the second at 11:23 p.m.
Your Honor, move that in as Exhibit 180.
Any objection?
No objection.
180?
And I'm sorry, could you please repeat that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Judge, I don't know why it bears repeating. Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
I'm sorry.
Asked and answered. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. What if any significance to this slide to your investigation for digital forensics for this case?
Well, obviously the Gmail account has significant relevance to this particular case. The use of the case, as discussed earlier, requires awareness that the Gmail account exists and knowledge of the password. So to log into an account, a Google account or a Gmail account, you have to first know to go find it, to go look for it, and have the password to log into it.
And how important are these kind of details as to trying to attribute device behavior?
Well, knowing where and when.
Judge, I have to object asked and answered. I think we've been over why this is relevant. We can move on.
Asked and answered, sustained.
Okay. I'll move on to the next slide. Sir, have you seen this slide?
I
This
have.
would be identified as Exhibit 181.
I have.
And what, if anything, stands out in making this slide?
The timing, it's also on February 17th at 11:24 and 11:29 respectively p.m. And these are 2 outbound messages from the account purporting to be Christine Banfield.
Your Honor, I'd move this in as Exhibit 181.
Any objection?
No, again, if we can,
Party.
right.
181.
And so the timing is significant in this situation?
Yes, this is FetLife activity contemporaneous to the Gmail account activity we saw on the prior slide. Looks like within a minute or 2. So overlapping basically at the same time.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to slide 182. What do we have here, sir?
So this is a snippet from the Google geofence warrant return. It's provided to indicate the location of of a target device. In this case, it was Mr. Banfield's device.
And, Your Honor, I move this in as Exhibit 182.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge Foundation, there are no identifiers on this document.
Foundation.
Explain how you created this slide and what specifically those items are.
So the responsive documents for this particular set of records is a spreadsheet with maybe tens of thousands of rows. The data that in this case Google collects is recurring. It can be every minute or two, and it's over a period of months in this particular instance. So all I did was take a screen grab of relevant rows pertaining to this date and time from that spreadsheet.
And what date and time are you referring to?
So again, this is provided in Zulu time. So the relevant period is February 17th, 2023. Around these particular records begin at 11:19, have 11:21, 11:27, and 11:29, which correspond back a few slides to the login to the Gmail account and the FetLife activity we just observed.
And Your Honor, I renew my motion to enter this into evidence.
Judge, still, if we're to rely upon this document, it is absent on its face of any connection to the source device.
Sustain the objection.
Sir, can you describe the first column there, what that contains?
Judge, I'm going to object to the witness reading the denied exhibit into evidence.
I think he's just going to identify the column.
Yes.
Time. Overruled.
The first column?
Sure, date and time for the starting of the logged data session or logged activity.
Okay. And that's for for each of those 4 times, that column is related to the date of the start, the time of the start?
Yes.
Okay. The second column, what is that related to?
The end of that particular data capture, data logged event.
The third column, what is that for?
It's the latitude. It's the geographical position in latitude.
And the fourth column?
Is the longitude.
And what does the fifth column indicate?
That's an accuracy measurement in meters, depending on how the data was sent to Google will vary and depend on how accurate they are. If it's coming from Wi-Fi, it can be very accurate. If it's coming from cell, it's usually less. GPS can be dependent.
And is that the final column there as to what the source was?
It is.
Okay. Is there anything different about, well, Your Honor, I'd move this in as 182.
Judge, same objection. If we're to rely upon this evidence, it needs to have clear indication as to where it's from.
Sustain the objection.
Do you have the entire, access to the entire document that you grabbed this from?
I do.
Where do you have that?
It's probably on my laptop. It's certainly on hard drives.
Your Honor, we'll hold off on moving that in. And I guess we'll produce
The entire.
a massive document for Ms. Sands.
Thank you.
Sir, do you see the picture on the screen there?
I do.
And does that relate to the previous document?
It will.
Okay. We'll identify that as number 183.
All right.
And when we can produce that document, we'll move that into evidence, Judge.
I mean, do you have any objection to 183 at this point?
No, just to the map
I
itself,
think
no.
we can move
Okay.
183 in.
Okay, let's move 183 in.
All right.
Sir, can you identify what is contained in this slide 183?
Yes, this is just a map image of the Reston Herndon, southern Reston Herndon area. You can see Dulles Airport to the far left. The Banfield's residence on Stablebrook Way is approximated by the picture, the icon of the blue house towards the middle lower left. On the far right,
Objection, foundation. Judge, may we approach?
Okay.
Sir, we're going to need that other document before we go with this slide.
fair enough.
This next slide, is that related to the two previous? That would be Exhibit 184, Judge?
I'm still on a sort of a continuation of the map.
Okay, of the map from the previous slide?
It's,
Judge, it will draw the same objection.
Yes. Sir, let's move on to February 13th. Is this would be 185, I believe, Judge. Identified as Exhibit 185. What, if anything, does this indicate relating to your investigation of the digital forensics on this day?
this is another two logins to the Google, the alleged suspect email account, the Gmail account, CBRN 920. These took place on the morning of February 13th. Both, one at 7:33 and one at 7:48, 7:49 a.m. It was a bit anomalous because most of the activity that I observed in my analysis of this account took place at night, frequently late at night. Both of these came from the Banfield residence, both of these events from a Windows computer.
And what are the relevant times there? And what's the significance of that?
7:33 a.m. and 7:49 a.m. And they were, anomalous from most of the other activity that I observed.
Sorry, I'd like to move that in as Defense Exhibit 185.
No objection.
Before you start explaining, I wanted to make sure the jury saw it. So can you explain to the jury what the significance of these two artifacts are relating to February 13th?
Judge asked and answered.
Yeah, so here are the two logins I just described. They are, bless you, they are from the home IP address. We can see that at the top of both their logins to the alleged suspect Gmail account. We can see that towards the bottom of each in the highlighted section. The date and time, they're both in the morning of February 13th, 2023. The first at 7:33 and 12 seconds a.m., the second at 7:48 and 41 seconds a.m. From the details, we can see the nomenclature of the device-ish. We can tell from this case that was a Windows-operated computer, not a mobile device.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. Sir, can you see this slide?
I can.
Okay. And is this something that you created?
No.
Is this something that you found through your digital forensics?
This is just a screenshot a portion of the FetLife records.
Okay, and those are the records that have been moved into evidence?
They are, and these particular ones correspond to this date and this time frame on the morning of the 13th.
Now, here I move that in as Commonwealth's Exhibit 186.
Any objection?
Nothing.
I'm sorry, Defense Exhibit 186. I keep saying that.
186, yes. Defense 186.
Sir, what's the significance of these messages as it relates to the investigation of February 13th, 2023?
Just the timing, that it was contemporaneous or basically at the same time that the Gmail account activity was occurring.
Here, I'm going to move on to the next slide. Do you know what this is?
I do.
Okay, and what, if anything, what's the significance of this in terms of your investigation of February 13th?
So this is a demonstrative I created to show Mr. Banfield's devices relative position to the activity we just discussed at the residence.
That would be identified as 187. All right, I'd move to admit that into evidence.
Any objection?
There's more to this. It's
Yes.
got,
So perhaps maybe we move through to the completed item, because at this point, it's just a map, so I'm not sure how it's relevant.
Do you object to the map coming into evidence?
No.
All right, 187 in evidence. Let's keep going.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to what will be identified as Defense 188.
All right.
Sir, what do we have here?
these are the times of the FetLife communications, the outbound FetLife communications from whomever was using the account purporting to be Mrs. Banfield, with an arrow pointing to the approximate location of the Banfield residence in Herndon.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 189.
I'm sorry. Was this being offered in evidence, or we're just moving on?
Oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor, I move Defense Exhibit 188 into evidence.
And Judge, we would object as an improper exhibit and foundation for the same reason that Ms. Graff's
All right, I'll sustain. it.
demonstratives didn't come in.
Sir, do you see the exhibit on the screen identified as Defense Exhibit 190?
189.
189, I'm sorry.
I do.
What are the reference points? Your Honor, may we approach before I ask the question? Your Honor, I'm going to move on
Okay.
to January 23rd, 2023. Mr. Litsky, have you had an opportunity to look at this slide?
I have.
And this is identified as Defense 190. And explain what this shows and how you came about this in your investigation.
This is another login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, the CBRN 920 account occurring on January 23rd, 2023 at 11:22 p.m.
Your Honor, move this in as Exhibit 190.
Any objection?
No objection.
190.
And what are the significant portions of this other than the date of 123?
The date and time, the home login address, but we saw from the slides prior that all of the logins occurred from the residence. It was from a Windows computer, which we've seen before.
And this was an artifact that was obtained through a warrant return to Google?
It was.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to what will be Defense Exhibit 191. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And is this something that you received in your investigation into digital forensics?
It is. These are part of the FetLife responsive records. These are outbound communications from the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield's, occurring on January 23rd, 2023, about the same time as the Gmail logins we just discussed.
Your Honor, I would move this in as Exhibit 191, and I think it just should be sent to the
191.
to the jury
Sealed.
as I guess Judge, as a sealed document.
Didn't tell me that before. Is this a sealed I don't think it's a sealed document.
Judge, the entirety of the record is in evidence, not sealed.
Okay. I just was trying to. And sir, what exactly is? Tell us about this artifact for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, so as stated, these are two outbound communications from the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield's, both on January 23rd, 2023, the first at 11:28 p.m., the second at 11:35 p.m.
And Your Honor, that's been moved into evidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move to the next slide. This will be identified as Defense Exhibit 192. Sir, can you identify this?
Yes, I can. This is more Google geolocation records associated with Mr. Banfield's mobile device.
Okay. Is this part of the document that you clipped out of?
It is the same spreadsheet.
I'll hold off on amending it, Judge.
Why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon recess, and then maybe you can get that document for me?
May I speak to him about the document?
Yes, you can speak
Okay.
about the document. Any objection to that?
No, Your
So
Honor,
you
it's
get-
specifically, he's not asking about this document. He's asking to retrieve the
He's-
base document for this
Right, he
data.
says he has the base document for all of
Understood.
these.
No
so
objection to
If you could
that.
talk to him about that, so we can get that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank
perfect.
you.
All right, let's take our 15-minute recess. Not talk to anybody, go do the outside research. We'll see you back at 3:45.
Of course, thank you, Judge.
Something must have
answer, so you can talk to him about getting the large geo-tracking document, okay?
Of course. Do we want the FetLife documents?
I don't,
Those have been
you
admitted.
can talk to them about that, I'm not in it. Okay, 3:45.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Well, I just need to see how long that it's for this device.
If you want to see the whole thing, part of the return.
Yes, that is what we're trying to.
Well, here's the. Gotcha. I don't know where his mouse is. There's the folder
Okay,
from the return, but if
can
you need
you,
more.
can you clip it with the headers included so that it tracks?
Understand what they're doing. I don't need narrative, Mr. Carroll.
Not in the remaining.
Okay.
Break.
So if you could get back to the stand, that's fine. Are you satisfied with what you're still missing some information? Okay. Mr. Carroll, how much more do you have with this witness? Because you have a remote witness that's been sitting there all day, waiting to testify. And if I have to take him out of turn.
I just talked to him, Judge. And I told him we may not be done.
But I would like to do that witness.
Would you?
Even if
Okay.
we have to take him out of turn. I assume your cross-examination is not going to be long. I just need to get you through your direct.
Okay.
So.
Have you already notified him?
No, we haven't notified him.
Yeah,
But
that's fine. I'm fine
I
with
just
that.
want, I mean, he's been sitting there all day and I'd rather get him done. He's worried about, I think, losing electricity next week. I mean, there's just issues that.
Right.
I don't want to
Okay.
stress your witness out and try to get them done today.
That's fine, Judge. I literally just talked to him and said, I'm not sure yet. So that's fine.
Okay.
I'm happy to
Well,
do that.
How much more, how many more questions?
I Well, we have a couple of days to go through, Judge. So we're probably maybe hour and a half, 2 hours for him.
Well, then we need to stop with him and do
Okay.
your remote witness. If
Okay.
that's okay with everybody? All right, you can have a seat. Let's go ahead and get the remote witness.
And-
Let's go ahead and get him up before we bring the jury back in. And we'll just tell them we're taking him out of turn. And that way by whenever we come back after the snow, maybe you'll have all your exhibits in line, streamlined, and you'll have all the geo-tracking information that's needed for that
And
foundation.
he'll be able to work on that.
Okay, so we can do that, so he can finish after that. I assume this witness we can get done before 5?
I believe we can.
Okay. Do you have any objection to that?
No.
Ms. Sands?
Thank you.
Okay. I'd rather just do that because this remote witness
Yes.
there might be a lot of ice in their area, and so they don't know if they'll have electricity, so. Okay, and I'll just explain it to the jury once, or do you have any exhibits to show this witness online? Well, I'm just asking if you have if you have exhibits. Okay, we'll just get somebody from IT here to help you do that, so your witness can see does your witness have a copy of your exhibits? Have you emailed?
Yeah, they were what he
So he would already know which ones you're referring to, correct?
yes. Yes.
All right, can you pull the screen up, please? This one? Yeah. No, it's over here. Which one switches?
Numbered, so I don't know that it matters.
Okay. Now I've got everybody. He's in, Paul? What's your witness's name?
I can show you.
Barrero?
Barriero.
Mr. Barrero, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. We're just gonna wait for the jury to come in and then I'll swear you in, sir, okay? And once I swear you in, we'll change the position of the monitor so you'll be able to see Mr. Carroll, okay?
Okay.
All right. All right, you want to bring the jury back in? We ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This camera going, so it is showing. Yes. I can see. Mhm.
Okay. All right. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What we're going to do is we're going to, sometimes things happen in trials. We need to switch things up a little bit and take things out of turn. So what we're going to do now is we're going to come back to the last expert that you had the next time we meet, okay? And we'll come back to his direct testimony and we'll go through the rest of his testimony at that time. What we have now is a remote witness that has been waiting all day, and he's in an area that is going to be impacted out of state with the weather. So I wanted to make sure we got him today. Not that I'm hoping he doesn't lose electricity anytime in the next few days, but we just want to make sure we got him in for you. So we're just going to take him out of turn, okay? All right, so you want to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd call Nick Barrero.
All right, Mr. Barrero, if you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Mr. Barrero, can you hear me? This is John Carroll.
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. Sir, can you state your name, spelling it for the court reporter that we have here?
Yeah, sure. It's Nick Barrero, Nick. Last is Barreiro.
And sir, what is your area of discipline as an expert?
I'm an audio video forensic analyst.
And can you give the ladies and gentlemen, the jury, an idea of your background that allows you to become an audio visual analyst?
Sure. I spent 15 years in law enforcement in California before founding my own media forensics firm. And I've been doing this type of work full-time for the past a little over 5 years now.
And do you have any training, specific training that allows you to be an expert in this area?
I do. I've attended a lot of specialized trainings. I received my certification as a certified audio video forensic analyst through the Electronic Technicians Association. I've also done training with the FBI. I'm a member of the digital imaging and video recovery team through the FBI. I've done training specifically on all of the software that I use in my work, both for enhancement and analysis of any sort of recorded evidence. I've taken a lot of classes through the University of Colorado at Denver, which is kind of the gold standard for media forensics training, and lots of other vendors. I've done a lot of specialized training.
And how long, and let me ask you this, are you part of, I think you mentioned an organization that you're part of? Are there any other organizations that you're involved with related to your specialty?
Yes, I'm an active member of the International Association for Identification. I'm an active member of the Audio Engineering Society and the Electronic Technicians Association International, who provided the certification for the Audio Video Forensic Analyst certification.
Now, do you, with that experience, do you train other people that are in your discipline?
I have trained law enforcement professionals in the proper way of handling and analyzing digital evidence. I've trained security professionals. I haven't trained anybody specifically that does exactly what I do. Like, I haven't trained any of my competition, if you will, but I've trained a lot of other related individuals.
Okay, and have you testified in court relating to your findings and analysis?
I have.
And
I've
how many
testified
times would you estimate?
I've testified in court since I left law enforcement. I testified many times while I was a police officer and a detective, but since I left law enforcement and I've been doing this full time, I've testified about 30 times. About half of those were in depositions, and about half of those were in trials like this one or other sort of court hearings.
And have you been qualified as an expert in those courts that you've testified?
I have.
And how many times have you been qualified in the courts that you've attended?
All of them.
Okay.
I've never not been qualified as an expert.
And what states have you been qualified in?
Oh, I wouldn't be able to give you an exhaustive list off the top of my head, but a lot of states.
Okay, have you ever been qualified? Well, you're in Tennessee, correct?
I am.
Have you ever been qualified in Tennessee?
I have been, yes.
Have you ever been qualified in Virginia?
I believe so, but don't quote me on that. Again,
Okay.
I don't recall. A lot of my testimony
Judge, if I
is
may.
remote like this.
We'll stipulate to his qualifications
Okay.
as an expert.
Do you want to move him in as expert in
Yes.
audio video analysis?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
I'd move Mr. Barrero in as an expert in audio video analysis for the record.
All right, so moved.
Mr. Barrero, calling your attention to the case that you worked on for, or the Banfield case. What specific
Yes, sir.
digital evidence did you receive for your examination?
I received 2 digital files. One was a 911 recording. It was just a short recording, an audio recording of a 911 call. And then I also received a longer recording. It was an exemplar recording titled Lily 3 Original, and it contained sounds of a dog barking, whining, that sort of stuff.
And can you explain to the court what an exemplar is?
Sure.
And the
So
ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yeah, absolutely. So in forensic analysis, often we are using exemplars as a comparison. A known sample, such as this Lily recording, is an exemplar because it's a known recording of this dog named Lily.
Judge, at this time,
That is now,
excuse me, sir, I'm sorry. I would object to the testimony of a known recording. I don't believe he's laid any foundation to show that he knows anything about the recording.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you hear that, sir?
I did.
So what I was just asking you is, what an exemplar was. And
Yes, so
go ahead.
sorry, yes, in general, an exemplar recording is a known recording of known origin that can then be used as a point of comparison against an unknown or a questioned recording.
Can you briefly explain what a hash value is and why it's important for forensic integrity?
Yes, a hash value is like a digital fingerprint or a digital file. It's a unique value that is calculated on the file. It's not part of the file itself. It's calculated using every bit of data that's in the file. So because it's a really complicated mathematical algorithm that is done to the file, if any one single bit of data is changed within the file, the hash value changes. So hash values are what we use to uniquely identify digital evidence like this, and I calculated the hash values for the recordings in this case so that we can just verify that I used the exact unaltered copies of the original evidence that you have there in court.
Okay, thank you. If I could just ask you a little bit about your methodology.
Yes, sir.
What are the terms critical listening, waveform, and spectrographic analysis? Can you explain those terms to us?
Sure. Critical listening is it's a very detailed, repeated review of the audio data using high quality professional headphones and on a professional forensic workstation. And that's done usually it's done in conjunction, kind of hand in hand with waveform and spectrographic analysis. And waveform and spectrographic analysis it's a way to visualize the audio data that you're actually hearing in the headphones. So the waveform, I think most people are familiar with what the waveform looks like. It's a squiggly line going from left to right across the screen, and it represents the volume or the amplitude of an audio signal over time, whereas the spectrogram does the same from left to right. It represents the same sort of a timeline, but it also adds a third component, which is the frequency or the pitch that is present in the recording.
And sir, what does a spectrogram show us that our ears might miss?
So the spectrogram visually separates the sound that your ear hears as just one continuous sound. The spectrogram visually separates that sound into its frequency components. So higher frequencies are at the top of the spectrogram, lower frequencies are at the bottom of the spectrogram. And it allows us to kind of see past the noise or overlapping sounds in a recording. You can look at it like the difference between taking a bite of cake and you taste cake. You know, most people know what cake tastes like. But this allows us to not only taste the cake, but it allows us to separate that into its individual components, right? The flour, the butter, the sugar, all the ingredients. That's kind of what the spectrogram does, is it separates out the audio signal into its component frequencies.
And in preparing your report, did you create figure or examples of this?
I did.
Okay.
Spectrograms for both the exemplar recording and for the 911 recording.
And do you have your report?
I do.
Okay. Is that possible to share your screen? I don't know how.
No. Do you have his report?
I do.
Then you can share your screen.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to open up your analysis and report.
Okay.
Judge, just to move things along, we are going to object to the witness's report being offered into evidence. If there are specific photographs or diagrams he wishes to reference, those would be fine. The report, no.
That's what I'm referring to now, Judge.
I know you're referring to the report, but I guess the question is, what are you going to glean from referring to the report? Because she's saying that she's going to object to it coming into evidence.
Well, okay. There are examples of what he's speaking about that would be instructive.
I'm sure he remembers his report, and if he doesn't, he can refresh his memory by looking at it.
I was just, okay. Mr. Barrero, what is fundamental frequency?
If you could turn your laptop off, or just so we can.
Turn it off.
That's okay. That's fine. Go ahead. We're good. Go ahead. Go ahead, ask your question.
Are you there, Mr.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Barrero?
go ahead.
Yes. What is fundamental frequency?
And I'm sorry, I missed it. Are we able to show any diagram or any of
No.
the images?
No,
We're
we're
not able to
gonna
show the images?
we're
Okay.
gonna rely upon your recollection.
Okay, so if you were able to see the spectrogram, again, you have the higher frequencies at the top of the screen, lower frequencies at the bottom of the screen. The fundamental frequency is basically the lowest line in that spectrogram, and it represents the kind of the baseline pitch of any sound. So I don't know them off the top of my head, but every musical note on the scale has a specific pitch that is the definition of that note, and that is the fundamental frequency of that note, and that's symbolized as F0 in diagrams that you'll see of a spectrogram. F0 is the fundamental frequency.
Okay, sir, have you listened to the items of evidence that you received for examination recently?
I have.
Okay, and would you, if I play them, would you recognize those?
Yes, I would.
Okay. I think you had referenced the Lily 3 as an exemplar recording.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to play that for you now.
Is that already in evidence?
No, it is not, Judge, and we would object.
Okay, so let's mark it. And what's the objection?
Foundation.
All right, we're going to mark it. There's an objection to foundation.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's next?
193.
183. I was going to, I'm sorry,
193.
193. Okay, I'll mark it as 193. But the objection is foundation.
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, did you hear the exemplar 911 call?
You can't play it. Sir, you want to approach Mr. Mr. Carroll, if we can continue, I have a juror that needs to leave at 5, please. So can we continue? Okay.
Sir, are you familiar with the exemplar 911 concatenated wave?
I am. Yes, I created that file.
Okay. And did you create that off of the 911 call that was provided to you for examination?
Yes, it's a concatenation. It's a combination of the 911 call and the exemplar.
Sir, we're gonna play the first exemplar of the first 911 call, or the only 911 call that you received.
Is this exhibit 1
This would be,
or exhibit?
it would be exhibit
Exhibit
193,
No, I mean,
194.
I thought we were playing the 911 tape that was already in evidence. Exhibit
Oh,
1.
it is the same
So
one.
all right, then we can play Commonwealth's 1.
If we can be completely clear, the witness just testified that he made a concatenated recording. That's the overlay of the
Okay.
not admitted exhibit on top of the 911 call. If counsel's asking to play Commonwealth's Exhibit 1, the admitted 911 call, no objection.
Okay. Are you going to play the exhibit 1?
I'm gonna
911
play
call?
the first 911 call.
Not something that he created, but
Not
the
something he
original,
created.
the original
something-
911 call.
Something that was provided to him from our discovery.
And that's what you're going to play now, is
Yes.
just that one.
Yes.
Any objection?
As long as the one that he provided to his witness is the same as was admitted in evidence, no objection.
Well, I'm happy to play the one that's admitted in evidence, but this is the one that I received from discovery, so.
So
I
it
would
should be the same
assume-
one then.
Should be the
Okay,
same.
so Commonwealth's 1. Let's play Commonwealth's 1.
Sir, can you hear this?
If we can't hear it, he can't hear it. We shouldn't have this. It's the audio. Yes, please. Thank you, sir.
So I'm trying to play this file. He's on there.
I can just play it.
I mean, I have IT here to help
Okay.
him as well.
February 20.
Fairfax County now, where's your emergency? Hello, Fairfax County 911.
February 24th, 2023, 7:47, 39.
Sir, were you able to hear that?
I was.
Now, that 911 call was the comparison to Lily 3 that you had received, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did you do with just the 911 call?
So the 911 call can be broken up into 3 separate parts. The beginning is the dispatch. Well, it's an automated voice talking about the date and time, and then it's the dispatcher's voice answering the call. And there's a little bit of background noise during that when the dispatcher's answering. And then there's this brief, it's about a second and a half. I think it's 1.4 seconds of what could be a groaning sound. And that is really the only portion of the recording that I did anything with. So I ignored the automated voice at the beginning and the dispatcher answering the call. I used the 1.4 seconds after that before the end of the call, which is the dispatcher asking again if there's somebody on the line, and then the automated voice again, and it ends. So it's really just that 1.4 seconds in the middle of the call where that apparent groaning sound is that I focused on in that recording.
Okay. There's been a foundation objection
Can you
relating
move your
to-
microphone back up? Move your
Sorry.
microphone. Thank you.
There's been a foundation objection relating to the Lily 3 file that you've received. So we're going to have to get evidence as to the foundation before we can continue on with your examination.
Okay.
I'm not certain when that will be, but are you willing to get back on at the appropriate time?
Yes, sir.
All right, is there any cross-examination based on?
Not at this time.
All right,
Your Honor, I would, at this time, continue on with our previous examination and have
All right.
Mr. Barrero come back in
on call.
when the
Okay,
time's
Mr.
appropriate.
Barrera, we'll call you again when we need you, okay, sir?
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Your Honor, if you could admonish him that he's subject to recall and can't discuss his testimony.
Right, you are subject to recall, sir. You're kind of in the middle of your testimony at this moment, I guess, in a way. So you really can't talk to anybody in the case to include the defense team at this point, because it seems like he suspended your testimony, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you, guys.
Your Honor, in terms of speaking with him, can I speak to him about the timing of when he may be testifying again
Well, yeah,
without?
we'll take care of that. We
Okay.
have his email now and everything, so if you could let us know, we can contact him and make sure he's set up.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
just give us enough lead time to do that.
Yes.
All right, want to come back to Stan in a moment? Can you get that back off?
I'm hoping.
You want to give it a second to finish?
Yeah, don't get hit by the
You're going the wrong way.
max headroom device.
We weren't to the 30th, yeah, we were.
Sir, do you see the slide on the screen?
I do.
Okay, I believe that was something that we were going to provide additional report, which we'll be able to do. Let me move on to number 20.
What exhibit number?
I didn't know. I stopped at 191, that life response. Oh, or is it? Oh,
And I believe this is 190.
nope. Oh,
No.
Judge, I have 190 as the January 23rd, 2023 login to CBRN 920 at 11:22
That's,
p.m.
that's not 190. I think it's, I don't know,
No, 190 is free.
184.
Yeah, that's it.
No, it's not one.
You got 189?
189.
No, well, you just,
189 had.
no, that has 4 more blocks. I don't, it's not that one either. That one was when they
Oh, I
added
think it's
blocks to it.
183.
So
This is 184 that he's got.
it's 184.
Yes.
The one on the screen right now.
184. It's not in evidence.
Correct.
Sir, can you see the slide that's on the screen designated as Defense Exhibit 184?
I see a slide on the screen, yes.
Okay, and what is that?
This is a Google map with overlay points that I put on to show 5 locations relative to the Banfield residence.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you do in your digital forensics analysis to create this?
I reviewed the Google geolocation records that we discussed earlier. Also, T-Mobile provided locational records related to, in this case, Mr. Banfield's device. T-Mobile records with location information were obtained by the Fairfax County Police Department, both related to all calls and data sessions. So those were also consulted and were inputted in where appropriate. I don't know if these particular points are from the Google records, the T-Mobile records, or a combination of both.
And sir, this is the document that was created relating to those returns that we were looking for from Google and from T-Mobile, correct?
I was searching for the Google records. I wasn't asked to search for the T-Mobile records.
Okay. Well, just in anticipation of that. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide, which would be designated Defense 185. Sir, do we have those records?
You haven't moved. Why? We're still on 184.
Okay. Your Honor, the records are still be supplemented. He
I
was
understand,
working.
but you said you were moving on to 185, but this isn't 185. This is still 184.
I'm sorry. Sir, this would be 185, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
That is not. That looks like
185 was the
180.
21323 records.
What number is this one? I have it as 180. Is that correct or no? No,
I have artifact information.
no, that's a different one.
Judge, I don't believe we've yet discussed January 30th.
I don't see it anywhere. Would you like to? We have not seen this one. So would you like to mark it as 193?
Yes, ma'am. Sir, look at what defense exhibit that has been marked as 193. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is the basis to create that slide?
These are two login artifacts from the alleged suspect Gmail account, the CVRN 920 account, both on January 30th, 2023, one at 10:36 and 38 seconds p.m., the other at 11:03 and 25 seconds p.m., both from a Banfield residence, both from a Windows enabled device.
Your Honor, move this in as defense exhibit 193.
No objection.
193?
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen the significance of these artifacts?
These are two additional logins that occurred from the Banfield residence, again on January 30th, 2023, at 10:36, 10:37 approximately p.m. and 11:03, approximately 11:03 p.m. as well, both from a Windows computer, both into the CVRN 920 account.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
Sir, do you know this slide?
I do.
And how did you create that?
This is FetLife messages, again, from the FetLife, the complete FetLife message set. This is limited to two messages that occurred on January 30th, 2023, around the same time of the Gmail account logins we just spoke of, one at 10:47 p.m., the other at 10:58 p.m., both outbound from the account purporting to be that of Christine Banfield's.
And Your Honor, I move this in as defense
No
exhibit
objection.
194.
Oh, you,
No objection.
okay, 194. I don't understand.
Should it be? No.
No.
And sir, can you describe how you acquired these messages?
These were acquired by the Fairfax County Police Department with a search warrant. These were provided in discovery in a spreadsheet, and that is what I used to create this subset here.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide. This would be marked as defense exhibit 195. What are these records from?
These are Google geolocation records, again, related to Mr. Banfield's device from January 30th, 2023. Two records, two geolocation points In the same time frame we've been discussing, one of these is at 10:50 PM on the 30th, the other is at 10:52 PM on the 30th.
Okay, and were you able to identify the entire record that makes up this screenshot?
I was, yes.
Okay, and that's something to provide for this and others that you did screenshots on?
Yes, this is part of the massive spreadsheet that has all of the records.
Sure, does this relate to those records as well? This would be 195, 96.
I believe it does once the plots are pointed, but yes, for now it's just a Google map of the Reston Herndon area.
Judge, we won't look to move that into evidence until we get the document to Ms. Sands. And same with this situation, with this particular slide?
Yes, these are the two aforementioned Google geolocations, approximate location on the map.
Okay.
So Judge, that would be 197?
Yeah, that
197.
Thank you.
Judge, this would be identified as Defense Exhibit 198. Sir, have you seen these records?
I have.
And is this something that you created based on the artifact information?
This is just the artifact information copied out and pasted as a solo artifact for display.
Okay. And this is a different date than what we just previously looked at, correct?
This is February 7th, 2023 at 10:02 PM.
And what are the significant parts of this exhibit?
This is another login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, also from the Banfield residence, also from a Windows computer.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 198.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
198.
And I'm sorry, the notable portions of this were?
The date and
Judge,
time.
asked and answered. I think we've
Sustained.
identified its value.
Next question.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. And sir, are these documents that you used and created in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
This is a screen grab again from the FetLife larger production. These are 3 outbound messages from the account purporting to be that of Christine Banfield, all on February 7th, 2023, one at 10:08 PM, one at 10:12 PM, one at 10:15 PM.
Here, I'm going to move to the next slide. Actually, I'm sorry. I'd move to admit Defense 199 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
199.
Here, I'm going to move on to the next slide. Sir, what are these?
These are additional Google geolocation points provided regarding Mr. Banfield's device. These are for the same time period. This is February 7th after the conversion. These are in Zulu time, but February 7th at 10:04, 10:06, 10:08, 10:10, 10:12, and later in 10:12 with their corresponding geolocation coordinates.
And you have the supporting document from where you got this screen grab?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, identify that, and we'll move to put it in the evidence at a later time. I'm going to the next slide. This is what will be identified as Exhibit 201. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that related to the screen grab that was just in the last slide?
It does. This is the map that will be used to depict the geographical coordinates.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd identify that as 201 and move to admit into evidence after we provide the main document. Moving on to the next slide. Is that the same
It didn't.
situation?
It is with,
You have
202.
It's still two, is that still 201? Or no?
well, now that,
Okay.
Oh, we've added the icon.
yes,
Yeah, the icon.
one of the geocords is there.
And that relates to the same Google search warrant records that you received?
It does.
Okay. Your Honor, will ID that as 202 and move to admit once we provide the main document. Sir, do you see the screen in front of you?
I do.
Can you identify this document?
I can.
Okay. And how did you create this document and what does it contain?
This is a screen grab of timeline data from Ms. Banfield's mobile device or cell phone.
Here, I move that in as Exhibit 203.
Any objection?
Judge, again, the document lacks column and row headers. I have no idea what.
Foundation is the objection.
Yes, ma'am.
Sustain the objection.
Sir, this particular document, is this something that you created?
I captured the screenshot, but this is information
Sorry.
that this is information that is presented to me in the forensic software that I use to review the artifacts from within the subject device. In this case, Mrs. Banfield's cell phone.
And are there headers and other such things to go with this document?
There are. This one in particular came from a timeline view as opposed to an artifact view. So this is a point in time, in this case on February 23rd. This one's in UTC. February 23rd, beginning just before 9 p.m. through around 9:28 p.m. And because it's a timeline view, it's everything that was going on the phone at the same time. So it's not just emails, it's not just website visits. This one begins with an instant message, goes to an email, website cookies, and then back to messages.
Okay, I think the foundation of it is something that we're going to have to provide in order to be able to introduce that into evidence. Do we have those documents?
Well, this is part of this is from the portable case. So it's, millions of documents all in one thing. I can try to replicate this with the column headers if that makes it easier, and we could.
Now, the portable case, I think we've gone through that before. That's a tool in digital forensics, right?
It is.
And would there be header columns in that portable case as it shows?
Yes, there will
Okay,
be.
so it's possible to provide that for purposes of the Commonwealth's objection?
Yes, that can be.
Your Honor, we'd
That can be done.
identify that as Exhibit 203 and move it into evidence at a later time. Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
Identified as Defense Exhibit 204. Your Honor, move this in as Commonwealth's Exhibit 204.
Objection, foundation.
Foundation objection.
Do you have the foundation for this or where this came from?
I do. This is a similar view, a timeline view of the activity on Ms. Magalhaes' phone from about the same period of time, February 23rd, 2023, beginning at about 8:56 p.m. through approximately through approximately 9:09 p.m.
All right, Your Honor, we'll identify that as 204 and move it into evidence at a later time.
Mr. Carroll, do you have any evidence that you can go forward on that you don't have to get other supporting documents for? Because we're just spinning our wheels right now, because we're gonna have to go back to all of these. So
I understand.
I'm just not interested in wasting the jury's time.
I have these presentations based on days, Judge, but based on the Commonwealth's objection of foundation, we need additional information in order to satisfy that foundation.
All right. Fine. So you don't have any other questions without foundation?
Well, I can certainly check, Judge, as I go
All right.
through. I'm just identifying these so that
I know, but you're just identifying them, and we're gonna go back and it's not saving us any time. We're gonna have to all do it again.
I can go ahead and see if there's anything that we can
All right.
work with now.
Okay.
Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is an artifact from Ms. Banfield's laptop, Lenovo laptop.
And is that something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move that in as 205.
Any objection? All right, 205.
Sorry, no objection.
It's fine, 205.
205?
205.
Yes, thank you. Sir, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this is a part of your digital forensics analysis?
So again, this is timeline activity. As I explained, I like to look at what was happening before a significant event, after a significant event, during all of the time periods around the significant event on relevant devices, the laptop being one of those. This is a file opening or file page access for a Word doc or a Word document, a Microsoft Word document, docx file from an Innova website. And this occurred on February, again, apologies, this is in UTC time. This occurred on February 23rd, 2023 at 9:33 and 52 seconds, so 9:34 p.m. Approximately 9:34 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is this?
This is an image from an Instagram page
Whose device is it taken?
This is from Miss Mugglehigh's device, her mobile phone.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 206.
Any objection?
Judge, I'm not sure if it's just my screen, but it appears to be truncated. I think there should be more data below.
Trying to reduce it.
Is there any data behind, after the fourth line?
There is not, ma'am.
There is?
There's not.
There's not?
No,
Okay,
just to save Mr. Carroll.
that's all there is. Any objection to 206?
No, if the statement is that there was no other data on this page, then
There may be data, if it was there, though, it's definitely truncated, so it's not something he's gonna be able to find. I'd have to check and confirm whether or not that's the case.
objection
All right,
foundation.
I'll sustain to foundation.
Here, I'll move on to the other slide. This would be identified as Defense Exhibit 207. Sir, have you had an opportunity to look at that?
I have.
And is this something that you work with in your capacity as a digital forensics analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Exhibit 207.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
207 in evidence?
Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is this artifact and what's the significance of it for February 23rd, 2023?
So this is a visualization of, it's two artifacts of the same thing, and this is an example of corroboration. So on the top half, we have the artifact of a Google search and website visit from Mr. Banfield's laptop computer. And that was on February 23rd, 2023 at 9:34, approximately 9:34 p.m. On the bottom half of the screen, the second artifact is what Google provided in their responsive documents to the search warrant. So we're able to just visualize the same search, but how it appears on a Google response versus how it appears from within the computer itself. Obviously, the Google portion is in UTC and differs by a second, which is not uncommon.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. This would be identified as Defense Exhibit 208. I'd move that into evidence.
Any objection?
It's a duplicative of the last slide, or at least half of it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
It's duplicative of 207,
That's the bottom of 207.
correct?
Right.
Is there any reason, is it true this is duplicative?
It is, it can be
Okay.
skipped.
We'll disregard. Actually, we won't, it's 208.
It is
So-
208.
Your Honor, I'm going to go to the next slide.
Sure.
Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
Okay, and what's the significance of this slide?
This is this is an artifact from Mr. Banfield's mobile device, but lacking the requisite header information, I guess.
We'd identify this, Judge, as 209, I believe.
All right.
Sir, can you see what has been identified as Defense Exhibit 210?
Again,
And what is that?
this is Instagram activity from Juliana's mobile device.
And what's significant about this Instagram activity?
The time and date.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 209.
210.
I'm sorry, 210.
No objection.
210 in evidence.
Mr. Litsky, is there any further explanation of what this is beyond what you've already done?
It was activity occurring on the mobile device belonging to Ms. Magalhaes on February 23rd, 2023 at 9:34 and 24 seconds p.m.
Your Honor, I'm moving on to the next slide. What, if anything, is this?
This is an annotated artifact of, obtained from Ms. Banfield's Windows laptop.
Okay, and is that in UTC time?
It is.
Okay. And is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
Or I move this in as Exhibit 211.
Objection, speculative and testimonial. It has additional information on it that was created by the witness, not by the device.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
These annotations, sir, are those something that we can modify so they're not on there?
Yes, I suspect the successive slides will have similar annotation.
Okay.
It should have been removed. My apologies.
Sir, this is identified as Defense 212. Do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And is this part of your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
And Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 212.
Any objection?
No objection.
212?
And sir, can you explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, once it comes on, as to what is contained in this? And
These are two telegram messages being sent from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield's. These are in UTC time. These were both on February 23rd, 2023, the first at approximately 9:35 and 47 seconds p.m. And the second at 9:36. Both one way from the account purporting to belong to Ms. Banfield to Mr. Ryan, or to the account purporting to be that of Mr. Ryan.
I'm going to move to the next slide. Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And where does that come from?
It's a continuation of the telegram conversation.
Your Honor, I move that in as Exhibit 213.
Any objection?
No objection.
213?
And what is that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
These are two additional messages, the same direction from the account purporting to be from Ms. Banfield outward. On the same evening, 2023 at 9:36 and 27 seconds p.m. On the second at 9:36 and 31 seconds p.m.
Your Honor, moving on to the next slide. This would be identified as Defense Exhibit 214. Sir, can you identify that record?
Again,
Okay, and is this something that you utilize in your digital forensic analysis?
I did.
Your Honor, I move that in as Exhibit 214.
Objection, subject to additional foundation.
All right.
Sir, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to how you compiled this timeline?
This is from the portable case data from Ms. Banfield's laptop. This is the timeline view, again, for the evening of February 23rd, 2023, from about 9:37 p.m., all within the 9:37 p.m. timeframe. website activity and application activity that occurred on her device at that time.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 214.
Judge, at this point in time, there's still absent information. It's clear that the screen grab has truncated the entirety of the destination website.
Sustain as the foundation at this time.
Mr. Litsky, is that something that we can have the complete picture within that slide?
It is.
Okay, Your Honor, we'll just identify that as 214.
You want to stop there?
I have one more slide,
Okay,
Judge,
sure.
if you
Perfect.
see where that goes. Sir, can you identify this slide?
I can.
This would be defense 215. And how did you create this slide?
This is another timeline view from the device of Ms. Magalhaes.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit 215.
Objection, foundation.
Foundation objection.
Sir, do you have the foundation? It sounds like the columns and where this originates from.
I do.
Okay, can we provide that?
I can.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll just identify that as 215, and this is probably a good time.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and release you for weekend and beyond. I'm not sure exactly how long it's going to be. I will tell you, we will make a decision if, well, first off, if the county closes, the county government closes, Fairfax County government closes, we're closed. Okay, so that's easy. They might make the decision as early as tomorrow. So if you hear that Fairfax County government is closed starting tomorrow for Monday, we're closed, okay? So if ever the government is closed for Fairfax County, then we're closed, okay? That's easy. If they don't close, if they have liberal leave, then we make our own separate decision, okay, at that point. So if you only hear liberal leave, wait for our decision. We're gonna make our decision by Sunday evening. And we have all your contact information and we will let you know at that time, okay? Other than that, let me just give you your warning instruction for the weekend and maybe a couple days after, just to make sure you understand that you're still under your the court's orders. As far as this case goes, you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social networking site or streaming service. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This also includes your fellow jurors, friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. For example, you cannot look up information on the internet that is related to this case or related to the persons involved in this case or any places that are mentioned in this case. Nor may you consult dictionaries or use any other reference materials. What you learn about this case, again, is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when the proceedings are underway, okay? So I'll release you for the time being and stay safe and warm, and we'll see you next week. Again, sir, since you're still testifying, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include the defense team at this time, okay? You can have a seat. All right, so we'll start at 10 on whatever day we come back. A couple things. Please use this extra time to reboot a little bit and get more organized. The wheels were coming off there, and I don't want to waste the jury's time anymore or witnesses' time, for that matter, my time. Just remember that you are responsible for your record to keep it clean, not me, not Shannon, okay? So please be wary of your exhibits and your numbers and what you are. Moving forward, I expect, and this is what I expect from all attorneys moving forward, I want all exhibits pre-numbered and in electronic format separately in separate files with the exhibit number already titled on that file, okay? And make sure you have all your witnesses lined up and ready to go. Does that make sense to everybody?
It does.
Okay, we've got it. And make sure, Mr. Carroll, I think we need all your exhibits from today. Did we get the video to you?
Judge, your clerk kindly provided the one item. I am still missing all of defense
Okay.
exhibits today.
So we need to send all the exhibits in those same separate files by exhibit number to the Commonwealth and also to us. When you send the exhibits to us, if they're not in, the separate files are numbered, Shannon stays here for 2 hours to get it all done so she can take care of it because she can't leave until all of that is taken care of. So you have to get it to us as soon as possible to take care of, but I just need more organization. I really do. Okay? Does that make sense? Everybody get it? All right. See you next week.
All rise.